Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to call this special meeting of the City Council, special joint meeting of the City Council and Planning Commission to order. Confirmation of a quorum, Assistant City Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, confirming a quorum.
All right, we have one item in closed session. City Attorney.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Yes, one item, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The city representatives are as indicated on the agenda. The employee organizations are Unit 2, Police Officers Association, Unit 4, the engineers, Units 5, 7, and 8, the General Employees Association, and Unit 10, Public Safety Non-Sworn Employee Association.
Thank you. Do we have any member of the public that would like to speak on the closed session item? Or anyone online? We don't? All right, we are going to adjourn to closed session. We will be back for the special study session at 7 p.m. Thank you. Testing, yeah, there we go. Okay, roll call, City Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Gonzalez. Councilmember Shahal. Councilmember Hardy. Councilmember Park. Councilmember Jane. Vice Chair Cox. Or Vice Mayor, sorry. And Mayor Gilmore. Thank you. Planning Commissioner Crutchlow. Okay, thank you. Planning Commissioner Bhatnagar. Planning Commissioner Biagini. Planning Commissioner Chirukuru. Planning Commissioner Huang. Chair Salim. And Vice Chair Bouza. Thank you. The Statement of Behavioral Standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude, and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For those that may be joining us this evening in the capacity as a registered lobbyist, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that you may represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome. For today's meeting, the City Council is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you'd like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you are seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes. Actually, we don't have public presentations this evening, but if we did, you'd have 3 minutes to speak on them. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure that members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. So we'll now move on to the council agenda. So today we are pleased to have a joint meeting with our Planning Commission, a joint session to talk about data centers and related development regulations within the city of Santa Clara. So if you'd like to kick us off, City Manager. Welcome. Oh, did I miss something? Do you have something to report? All right, very good. Thank you very much for keeping me on track. Thank you. City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Gilmore, Javon Grogan, City Manager. So to the Mayor, the members of Council, and the Planning Commission, as well as the public both watching here and at home, thank you so much for joining us tonight for a very important study session on data centers. I want to say that staff has prepared an amazing presentation for you. We'll talk a little bit about the purpose and the agenda, but first I wanted to begin with a couple introductions. So we've had a number of people support this presentation, so we're going to have a presentation from the Data Center Coalition, Dan DeOrio, a Senior Director for State Policy. The Data Center Coalition is an industry representative for the data center industry. They're an advocacy group. They're not here tonight in an advocacy capacity. We really asked them to come here to support this conversation by providing an overview about what data centers are. And so they will provide a presentation on that. So also supporting tonight's presentation has been Liz Klotz, our Assistant City Manager, a number of people in the City Attorney's Office, Glenn Guggens and Alexander Abbe. In the Community Development Department, we've had our Director, Afsha Hamid, Leslie Xavier, our Planning Manager, Steve Lee, a Principal Planner, and Meha Patel, a Associate Planner. We'll also have, as a part of tonight's presentation, we'll hear from Nico Prokos, who is the Acting Director of Silicon Valley Power, as well as Kathleen Hughes, our Assistant Director. We'll also hear tonight from Rena Briel, our Director of Economic Development and Sustainability. And you'll also hear tonight from the Water and Sewer Department, Gary Welling and Ahmed Ali will actually be providing that presentation. So what is our purpose? Our purpose here is to inform the community, the Planning Commission, and the City Council about data centers. As we know, Santa Clara is home to an extraordinary array of high-tech companies, and we have a competitive advantage. We have a competitive advantage for many reasons, but one principal one for what we're going to talk about tonight is SVP, and our low-cost power really helps attract data centers. We'll talk a little bit about the history of why data centers are here in Santa Clara and the prevalence of data centers in Santa Clara. As we know that there are currently 56 active data centers in Santa Clara, but what we also know is that recent applications illustrate that there have been some issues associated with data centers raised by residents, members of the Planning Commission, as well as some council members. And so our intent tonight is to inform, provide background, share information on the benefits of data centers, as well as talk about some of those challenges that have been mentioned. So our agenda is we'll begin with a background. We will then have the presentation by the Data Center Coalition to provide an overview. We will then talk about our land use regulations here in Santa Clara with regard to data centers, both our zoning code, where they're allowed, where they're not allowed. We'll also talk about SVP and the demands on power that data centers require. We'll talk a little bit about the history of SVP, how SVP started, and our current power expansion projects, where we are, what we're doing, and the impact on residential rates. We will then talk about water consumption in data centers and how much data centers use of our potable water resource as well as our recycled water resource. And then lastly, we'll close out tonight talking about some of the economics and for data centers and the economic benefit that data centers have on the city of Santa Clara. We won't just talk about the SVP transfer that oftentimes is mentioned, but we've taken some time to run analysis to break down how much data centers contribute in property tax and sales tax to the city of Santa Clara, and we want to give you a total picture of the full breadth of the impact that data centers have on our annual budget. And I'll tell you, it's over $40 million. It represents about 13% of our general fund. So it's not an insignificant portion of the budget that we use to provide services to residents here today. And so with that, I want to turn this presentation over now to Dan Diorio from the Data Center Coalition. I think he's on.
Is he on? Yes.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Manager, and thank you, Mayor, and members of the City Council and the Planning Commission as well for the opportunity to present to you this evening. My name is Dan Diorio, Senior Director of State Policy for the Data Center Coalition. We're the National Membership Association for the data center industry. Our members are leading data center owner-operators as well as those who lease large amounts of data center space. Our teams support digital infrastructure across the nation, and many of our members have significant investments in California, but also in the city of Santa Clara as well. Our members are building the digital infrastructure that we rely on every day, the digital infrastructure that's helping to support this call. Data centers at a very high level, they're specialized facilities that store, process, and distribute digital information. Think of it as the brain of the internet. This powers everything we do, from websites and emails to banking transactions, healthcare, telehealth appointments, online classrooms, advanced manufacturing facilities, anything and everything that requires digital infrastructure in the 21st economy. Our members are building and owning and operating data centers for their own use, but also on behalf of tenants, those that require digital infrastructure, sometimes in one tenant in a single building, sometimes many clients and tenants in a single building, or sometimes for one company or client across a campus, which has multiple buildings on the site. Want to go ahead and talk about just a little bit about what you see as a data center when you see data center and pass by. So data centers, tend to be very large facilities. Certainly, the more modern ones that we're seeing are of significant size, sometimes upwards of 500,000 square feet or more. They're built in clusters or campuses. The exterior facades and aesthetics of data centers have been evolving with each generation. I think certainly the industry has been very responsive to some of those aesthetic concerns that you've seen. We started to see, increased amount of fenestration especially on the front side of data center buildings. On an entrance to a data center, you'll see an office, you'll see a lobby, with the glass windows, with the landscaping, with that kind of welcoming environment that you'd see in your typical office building, for example. And those aesthetics and that focus on fenestration and having that kind of welcoming signage and everything that goes into a data center, into a regular office building, you're starting to see in a data center now. Interior, there are a couple kind of key components that you'll see inside a data center on the interior. So again, you'll have kind of that lobby area. You will have as well the kind of the server racks. You'll have loading docks. You'll have operational areas. You'll have in particular kind of HVAC utility areas as well. But you'll also see things again that you'll see in a regular office building, because these are places where people work. You will see cafes. You will see conference spaces, office spaces. Many of our data centers provide community rooms, provide their conference space, open to the community. And you'll also see kind of things probably we're all familiar with in terms of the tech industry. You'll see foosball tables and ping pong tables, break areas, things like that. So these aren't kind of demystified buildings. If we could actually just go back to that last slide there, I want to just address a few more things. It's important to remember that as a data center housing digital information and everything that we have that is digitized these days, security is extremely important. You'll see levels of security throughout the campus and the facility. You'll see them on the exterior with gates and security guards, a gated area, set back a little bit further to get actually up to the data center. You'll have security on the interior. And you'll have video monitoring, you'll have security guards, and in particular, you'll have controlled access to different parts of the facilities. I've been in a data center, and there are, places and parts of the data center that I can't go. And that's because, a certain level of security is required because of the types of digital information that's housed. You'll have biometric security features as well if you go deeper into a facility, and then all of the kind of cybersecurity elements that go into it as well. But all of those really are essential parts of a data center because of just the amount of information that is housed in there, and personal information, government information, sensitive information, anything and everything. We need to make sure that we keep that secure. You'll see the servers, right? That's kind of the brains of the operation there. The server halls, the computer rooms, they're in a secure, climate-controlled environment. And those are supporting, various workloads. It could be cloud, it could be artificial intelligence, again, all those things, banking, financial transactions, federal, state, and local government services, healthcare, and everything else that anything and everything that we rely on in our daily lives. Fiber and networking connectivity really is essential. The fiber networks are kind of, what keep the information flowing. And it's essential for data centers to be able to, to communicate and transfer that information, sometimes between data centers as well, sometimes globally, and through subsea cables that come in off the coast. The fiber really is what makes data centers work and to be able to transfer that information. Certainly reliable power. If you think about the the services that data centers provide, the things that we rely on them for, having access to reliable power really is essential. And that comes in two ways. First is grid power as well. So you'll see substations and the transmission and distribution infrastructure that is required to serve the facility. But you will also see it as far as backup generation as well. Data centers have to provide access to that information and digital storage and processing, even in times when the grid may go down. And so data centers will have backup generation on site. Typically those are diesel generators, as diesel generators are the most are the safest, most reliable, most resilient, most widely available technology. Those generators are for pure emergency purposes when the grid goes down. They are highly regulated from the EPA on down, state and local. But they're there because data centers have to provide access to that information, even in times of emergency. Sometimes you'll hear of kind of the 5 nines, 99.999% uptime. That's a standard that the industry adheres to in order to make sure that we can do everything that we do every day and we have access to those critical services. The last thing I'd like to mention is cooling. And I know the meeting will get into cooling a little bit later in terms of data centers and water use, but servers generate heat and they require cooling. Without cooling, the temperature within a server room could increase by about 1 degree a minute until servers reach a temperature in which they'll start failing. And that has outcomes, throughout, ripple effects throughout just our daily lives and the economy as well, in terms of the work that the data center is supporting, the type of workload. There are a variety of different technologies to keep those server rooms cool. We've certainly gotten more efficient over the years in terms of keeping those server rooms cool. Probably 10, 15 years ago, you'd definitely have to have on a jacket going into a server room because it would be quite cold. Now you'd probably be able to wear just a t-shirt because we figured out a way to do it that much more efficiently and control the temperature and be able to get those servers, to run still optimally at a higher temperature. But there's different types of cooling technologies, and they all have trade-offs. If you use air-based cooling, you will use less water. If you use water-based cooling, you will use less electricity. So air cooling, more electricity, less water. Water cooling, less electricity, more water, obviously. And all of those are really dependent on local factors, and they need to kind of fit the local factors. It's relative temperature, humidity, the availability of water, including the recycled, non-potable or harvested rainwater options as well. And when used responsibly, water cooling can really play an important role in reducing energy consumption. I'm based in Denver, Colorado. My house, my former house used an evaporative cooler, so a water-based cooler. And I can tell you now that I've moved to an air-based cooling house, I much prefer the electricity bills in my old evaporative cooler. So there are a lot of different trade-offs with technologies, and that doesn't even account for many of the innovations in design and cooling that are already starting to happening, including liquid immersion cooling, where you actually put the chip in a liquid and you actually submerge it in there, or direct to chip cooling as well. So lots of innovations happening there, but it's important to remember that with that feature, the data centers are committed to very much using it responsibly and maximizing the output, because the computing takes power and it needs to be cooled. Energy costs and input costs there are significant for the industry. So the industry really strives to use them as responsibly and efficiently as we can. So now, nope, that's great. Two main types of data centers, just to clarify and build on what I said earlier. So if you're self-perform or enterprise data centers, these are companies that build and own and operate data centers for their own use. So you'll see the large cloud providers, your Amazon Web Services, your Google, your Microsofts, and then you have companies like Meta, which will, they're not a cloud provider, but they own and operate data centers for their own use to run their own products and services. And then we even have Visa as a member as well. And so they own and operate their own data centers to run credit card transactions. Their data center in Virginia does, I think it's 31,000 credit card transactions a second. So just goes to show, how that digital infrastructure is helping to facilitate commerce every day. The second major type of data center is multi-tenant data center. That's when I mentioned where you'll have a data center that will build it, a data center company that will build a data center and then lease out space inside of it. They can lease it out to one tenant. They can have 20 tenants in a building. They can have 200 tenants in a building. And they will have tenants that will lease one entire building or a campus of buildings. And then you also have build to suit as well, where data center companies will actually build for one specific client, one specific tenant, that data center for that tenant. So why data centers? Data centers, for all the reasons I mentioned, are a significant driver of the 21st century economy. I think it's very easy to think of kind of Zoom calls or remote work, but it's important to remember that we rely on digital infrastructure for advanced manufacturing, for healthcare, for banking, for emergency services, for government services. The digital infrastructure reaches far and wide. It reaches just about every industry that is, pursuing innovative solutions across the board. And obviously for Santa Clara and Northern California, being a hub of tech and innovation is key, and data centers help facilitate that. So with that digital infrastructure, these are really significant capital investments, hundreds of millions of dollars. Most are, $1 billion and up right now. Those huge capital investments are helping to drive economic activity in the areas where they locate. And that comes through helping to support a business ecosystem that thrives around data centers. It's on the construction side as well. These support hundreds, if not thousands of construction jobs while the facilities are being built. What we have seen is those construction jobs go, they have turned, what is considered was considered temporary. We have seen these jobs turn into, 8, 9, 10 plus years of work as data center crews will move from, one building or one project to another project, or they'll move from one building to another building on a campus. And so where the industry, I think, is very much, proud and values its partnership with organized labor in that regard as well, because of the amount of work. And I have a couple of figures to help illustrate that point coming up as far as the construction side. But also it's the ecosystems of suppliers and service providers. You need skilled trades when a data center is operational, because you need plumbers, you need electricians to help you optimize the equipment and ensure it's running to its best efficiency. You also need things like restaurants, hotels, caterers. And what we have seen is that we have examples from other states, places like Virginia, where we've seen restaurants that survived the pandemic because of the data center crowd. There's a Wounded Warrior porta potty company that has expanded significantly because of serving data center construction sites. So the impact from data centers is really kind of broad reaching. And just go back to that slide one, if you don't mind. Each direct job in a data center supports more than 6 additional jobs elsewhere in the economy. If you go to any data center parking lot, you'll find it full, and you'll find it full of those data center employees. You'll find it full of both the tenants then who have their own employees, and those service providers who are constantly at the facility. And lastly, I'll mention, I know the city will mention this as well, substantial tax revenue. Data centers typically aren't going to draw on local services as much as maybe another industry would. And in return, significant amount of property tax revenue, sales tax revenue, others comes back into the community. We've seen communities really be able to reinvest in the city services that their residents depend on because of the data center revenue coming in. DCC commissioned a study from PwC, which was released back in February. PwC looked at publicly available data to help inform the study. And what they found is 603,000 direct jobs in 2023 for the data center industry. Using that, if you look at the direct, indirect, and induced effects, 4.7 million in total employment, 404 billion in total labor income. One of the trends we're seeing now is labor income outpacing the jobs, which means that these are really good paying jobs, which I think is a really key point. They're good paying jobs across the board. Certainly the contribution to GDP, as I mentioned, just being a 21st century economic driver and 3.5 trillion. And then the taxes, federal, state, and local, as I mentioned, 162.7 billion in total impact in 2023, obviously up significantly from 2017, I think, which is where, we started to hit really that critical build out point. And then I also wanted to provide that study broke down into all 50 states. So I wanted to provide California specific data as well. I'm sorry I couldn't isolate this to specifically kind of to the northern region or Santa Clara, but direct employment was 99,000, direct, indirect, and induced over 500,000, 560,000 there, 65.8 billion in labor income. I think a 24% increase to California GDP from 2022 into 2023, and that 122.9 billion, and then 13.1 billion in state and local tax revenues. Again, data centers really helping to communities to reinvest back into the services their residents depend on. Here's a little context as to kind of why data centers now, what has evolved. As long ago as about 2010, digital processing and digital storage was really decentralized. You had folks who had kind of their own server closets, in a building or in a facility. They weren't very well regulated. They weren't very secure. They weren't really well climate controlled. By about 2018, we started to see really the advent of data center computing taking place in our larger utility style data centers that we think of today. And by leveraging those economies of scale, data centers were able to help digital processing, digital storage, digital infrastructure become on the whole more efficient, and to be able to leverage it to not only do it more efficiently, but also to help that computing output. So we saw the computing output rise by 550%, while energy consumption only rose 6%. And so I say all that to kind of give an example as to why data centers right now and how they're able to leverage economies of scale to enable us to deploy digital infrastructure across a variety of applications that where maybe we weren't able to do that about 10 or 15 years ago. I think it's really important, in keeping with the desire to kind of level set for data centers to talk about the demand drivers. And really hopefully provide some good facts and figures as to why you're seeing data centers develop so much recently. In the U.S. market alone, when we look at data center demand, if you look at it by power consumption in terms of how many servers, it's going to reach 80 gigawatts by 2030, which is up from 25 gigawatts according to McKinsey. So it's going to triple before the end of this decade. And that's really, significant. It's being driven by consumers. It's being driven by businesses. It's being driven by economic activity. The U.S. is 40% of the global market. So, obviously expand that out. The amount of data center capacity that's going to be needed is really significant. What's driving data center demand? It's all the data we're creating. Data never sleeps these days. Many of us are generating data in our sleep, if you're wearing a smartwatch to measure your sleep. As you can see here, we're on that steep curve now of the global data that we're creating, and it's driven by products and services and consumer demand for those products and services, all which require digital infrastructure and create a digital footprint. Along with that, when you think about the data that we generate, we are expected to generate twice as much data in the next 5 years as we did over the previous 10. So just again, if you look at that curve, we are all generating that data, and it's happening at a rapid pace right now. 2/3 of the global population is online, 45% of that since 2018. We still have a third of the global population that's not online. And when they come online, they're going to need the digital infrastructure that data centers provide. And then lastly, 21, the average household has 21 connected devices. It's really remarkable when you start to add them up. It's your laptops and it's your phones, but it's also watches. It's smart TVs if you've cut the cord and you're fully on streaming. It's also smart thermostats. It's your Ring doorbells. It's lighting in your home. My oven's connected to Wi-Fi. I can turn my oven on, and preheat it for something right from my phone. My garage doors. If you have teenagers, which I don't thankfully yet, you're probably going to be upwards of about probably 50 connected devices when you add it all up. So all of those connected devices are generating data, and all of them require digital infrastructure from data centers. Our broadband consumption. Think about how much you use the internet every day, and how much you're utilizing broadband and using the internet. And then think about how much your neighbors are probably doing the same. And that's where we started to see, especially as broadband infrastructure has certainly improved, even since the pandemic. We're starting to see, again, a very kind of similar curve in terms of broadband consumption, certainly increasing significantly, especially over the last 5 to 10 years. We're all using the internet, and we're using it more and more every day. Experiences, applications, driving demand, all the things I mentioned earlier, but autonomous vehicles, managed EV charging, smart lighting, e-commerce, our thermostats, energy efficiency, our streaming video, the fun things that we like, but also artificial intelligence. I think there's a lot of focus on artificial intelligence right now, but it's important to remember that there is still significant demand for things like cloud infrastructure. 95% of Fortune 500 companies rely on cloud, are on the cloud right now, and are relying on cloud infrastructure. Artificial intelligence is not new. One of our members, Visa, has been using it for, I think, about maybe 15 to 20 years, and has been able to save about $20 billion, I think, give or take, in credit card fraud using AI tools. But data centers, again, utilizing those economies of scale are helping to deploy AI across a variety of industries and applications. It's not just ChatGPT. AI is being deployed to find water leaks, in underground pipes. It's being used to help optimize the utility grid. It's being used to help advanced manufacturers optimize their facilities as well. So much innovation is happening across the board to help drive that data center demand. Data center construction. As I mentioned, construction jobs, this is becoming an industry that is helping to provide long-term certainty in construction jobs for organized labor. You can see a significant increase here. The U.S. Census Bureau has started to actually track data center construction spending. And we're seeing now, $27 billion in construction spending as of May 2024. And I think the next chart, which was put together by, we can skip to the next one. There we go. By the Associated General Contractors, showing that change in U.S. construction spending from a year-over-year increase from May 23 to May 24, 69%. It's far and away dwarfing basically any other sector of construction. You have manufacturing in there, again, reshoring, onshoring of manufacturing is helping to drive some of that growth. Obviously, power infrastructure, oil and gas, but if you look down there, commercial and office are well into the negative. But data centers are far and away outpacing every other sector of construction right now, and helping to drive and fuel those jobs that are now turning into those long-term construction jobs. Where data centers locate, certainly I mentioned the importance of fiber and the interconnection to the fiber networks. Water for industrial purposes, so either for cooling or other purposes. Clean, reliable, affordable energy. The industry is doing a lot to help drive the deployment of clean energy, and access to that certainly is important. Obviously, in a state like California, And the grid mix there is of huge benefit to an industry that has really strong sustainability goals. Climate and risk of natural disaster, obviously, wanting to ensure that the data center itself doesn't have to go onto its backup power or, do significant amount of repairs. Land availability, cost of, and tax and regulatory climate as well. The time to market, we are still, the industry is very much trying to meet demand and it's still very behind. So the quicker you can get to market is a key consideration for the data center industry. And then access to a skilled construction workforce, but also the technology workforce that helps to drive the demand, helps to service, in particular, the servers and the equipment there, and helps, run the cybersecurity operations. All the digital infrastructure pieces depends on a technology workforce. Wanted to give you a sense of the global data center markets and how California and particularly the Bay Area stack up as compared. Virginia is the largest data center market in the world. As you can see, several other markets in the U.S. are helping to lead the world in digital infrastructure in Oregon and Phoenix and Dallas, Fort Worth, Columbus, Ohio, Atlanta. You can see the Bay Area there, kind of right towards the sort of middle, right after Amsterdam, as far as the power capacity in the data center market here. So, even with access to the right type of technology technology and demand, we are seeing global data center markets increase significantly as compared to the Bay Area here. One thing that's important to point out is that user demand for data centers really varies by the market, and we see significant differences. Not every data center market is the same. The industry itself is very much not monolithic. As you can see in Northern California, a significant amount of cloud infrastructure that's required, and then obviously technology kind of filling the other part of that. That kind of flip-flops when you go even further north into the Pacific Northwest with the technology industry driving data center demand and driving the market there. But then you look at a place like Phoenix, which has 50% cloud, and then a whole bunch of other industries that are needing the digital infrastructure there and helping to drive the demand. So each market is very, very different. Each market has its own different characteristics and serves a variety of different industries. Inventory versus under construction here. I think there are a couple of key trends I'd like to point out. Obviously, in Silicon Valley, you're seeing inventory outpacing right now the inventory under construction. So you already have a significant amount of operational data centers that are online, but not a significant amount under construction. We've certainly seen across the country that competition for data centers and opening up of new data center markets has been increasing. And I think that's contributing to some of our primary markets now maybe not having as much under construction as they once did, while others continue, like Atlanta, to continue to grow with their under construction inventory. So we're starting to see a rejiggering of markets. This is how things shape up in a different format here. Northern Virginia, again, the largest. You can see Silicon Valley there still having a pretty good chunk as compared to some of the others. Secondary markets. So beyond those top 4, 5, 6 markets that we see across the country as measured by CBRE, JLL, Cushman & Wakefield, we have seen really the strong emergence of secondary markets. So places like Central Washington, Austin, San Antonio, Houston, in the southern part of the state as well. Again, Central Ohio, in the Charlotte area. We're starting to see more of these secondary markets pop up now, as far as development announcements, megawatts under construction. And as you can see, some of them are already kind of built out, but then we're seeing the inverse happen in places like Austin, San Antonio, where they have a significant amount under construction and their market's growing substantially. And then lastly, I just wanted to show on the next slide Can we go to the next slide? Again, just the pie chart there showing the build out of the secondary markets. And then just because I know of time, I'll just skip then to the last slide. Here we go. We are starting to see there's primary markets, there's secondary markets, and we are seeing the development of tertiary markets. So the competition for data center development and the desire for different areas to open up new markets for data center development is very significant. And we've seen this growth really start to happen over the last 3 years, where much more construction or development announcements or megawatts under construction are happening outside of all the markets that we just listed. Places like Louisiana, Indiana, Wisconsin, Alabama as well. All of these, and we've seen states actually try to open up new markets in places like Kentucky and Arkansas, Pennsylvania as well. So certainly, I think we're going to see the increased development of data centers in markets throughout the country and increased competition. So with that, I will go ahead and end it. Again, I wanted to help provide a level set. I hope this information has been helpful in terms of what a data center looks like, what it does, what's on the inside, what you should expect to see in a data center, and why we're seeing the growth in data center development, what's driving it, how we're all helping to drive the need for digital infrastructure. And I know you'll get a lot of other great information on what you're seeing on the power side, on the tax revenue side, on the water side. So certainly if I can be helpful in any of those conversations, I'm happy to, but I'm grateful for the opportunity to present this information today. And again, I hope it was helpful. I'm happy to take any questions that y'all might have.
Thank you so much, Dan. And if you could just be available after the presentation in case Council and Planning Commission or residents have questions, that would be appreciated.
I am happy to. Thank you.
Okay. So we're going to continue the presentation and community development. Good evening. My name is Afsha Hamid, and I'm the Community Development Director. So good evening, Council, Planning Commissioners, and residents. And I'm just briefly going to give a background about the Santa Clara perspective. So City of Santa Clara is home to high-tech companies. In fact, it is a powerhouse and attracts many high-tech companies. We are seeing high-tech companies invest more and more in Santa Clara, and data centers co-locate near the high-tech companies as their essential infrastructure for these companies. Since 1996, data centers supported fast-paced growth of high-tech, cloud computing, and now AI. So why Santa Clara? Why are they coming to Santa Clara? There's a few key elements that are present here in Santa Clara. First is the access to fiber. Second, the proximity to the clients and a high-tech workforce. Access to Silicon Valley power, which is a really important element. We have also been talking to developers with data centers, and what they have enumerated to us is that Santa Clara has a development-friendly environment for entitlements and, of course, a certainty of review. And why is that important? Because of the timing it takes to get an application through to construction, and that it all adds to or reduction of costs. Access to recycled water for industrial purposes. The recycled water is 50% less cost than potable water, and availability of industrial sites. What we are seeing more and more is that existing industrial outdated sites are being replaced by newer data center sites. So Santa Clara is home to, and I just want to make a small correction here, 57 active or under construction standalone data centers. We moved one up because it was approved and it's under building permit now. So there is one entitled data center, one active planning application. And what this is showing is if you look at the key right here, the key map, This is showing that the data centers are all located basically along the northern area of Santa Clara. So we do also have one approved that was just approved, and it went through a general plan amendment. And then one is still under review currently as an active application. It hasn't come to the Planning Commission yet, but it is going through that process. And I will now turn it over to Silicon Valley Power.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, and Planning Commission. I'm Kathleen Hughes, not just an Assistant Director, I guess you could say interim, not interim, ad hoc historian. And so I'm going to give a little bit of an overview of Santa Clara's electric department and how we got to where we are as Silicon Valley Power. We started 129 years ago when it wasn't a council, it was a trustee board that decided that they wanted to control the cost of electricity to their streetlights, and they formed us. And then since then, we became the vertically integrated utility that we are today, where we own generation, where we have all the wires in the city, we own transmission, we are dependent on the grid, but we added in-town generation, out-of-town generation. We became, almost like in late 1960s, 70s, we became this technology kind of mecca or powerhouse where it started to develop as we had the resources, more and more tech companies, more and more companies overall, defense companies, manufacturers, everyone came to Santa Clara because of their reputation on time to market. So with that, I'm giving even more of a history based on the last, almost like my career, the last couple decades, and how we got to here with data centers. So, why Santa Clara in a history? Well, we had this way back in 2000. SVP had a request to double in size. We were going to go from 450 megawatts to 900 megawatts. And what it was driving it, we still had semiconductor fabs. We had all these other types of, a lot of research and development showing up and requesting for load. You had the dot-com explosion. And SVP put into play a way to expand. We added our Donald Von Racefield power plant in town. We added a 230 kV line that added us an additional 400 megawatts of import capability. We really, just like today, we were in a position where we needed to grow and we needed to double. Then we had these kind of double downturns in the 2000s. And, when we talk about data centers, what we don't talk about is the economic effort or development effort that was really led by our city manager's office to really attract and play off all the assets that Santa Clara has to offer. So starting back in the early 2000s all the way to almost the early 2010s, we had this effort where we had this strategic team approach. We had someone from the assistant city manager. We had our assistant director, John Rakama. We had our key accounts, which I was one. They were the economic development liaisons. We had the different directors from the different departments. We'd meet with brokers. We knew the properties in and out. We went after every development that the state threw at us. We went after manufacturing. We went after defense contractors. You name it. We attracted Class A office space, these developments, and we started to create this huge, reputation for ourselves. We based it off our Class 2 fire rating. We based it off our outstanding police department. Our water rates. We have so much going for us that we emphasized those efforts. We redid our permitting center to streamline permitting. We really had this team approach and effort that we did for about a decade and a half. And, back then we were planning for today. Today's here. Now we've got to plan for the next tranche. And we are still doing our strategies on how to accommodate more growth, not just data center. It's all businesses. It's high-density developments. Of course, what stuck out of all those efforts was the need for data and kind of created more of these data centers coming in here because of our reputation. One talked to the other. Everyone wanted to have that edge. And we had a way to get things built quickly, get power quickly, And now that we've kind of gone through all that power, now we're getting more, and we're going to have more development. So we did it back then, we're doing it to the future. And most of our data centers, just so you all know, we're pretty much, the majority have been built before 2019. The data center conversations you're hearing now are really about the size and the capacity in AI, but we've been doing this for a long time. As the mayor presented last week to the Silicon Valley Business Journal, we've been doing it since 1996. This is nothing new for us. When one industry left, another one replaced it, and we keep replacing it with others. So that's the history lesson. So if you want any of that collateral, we still have it. It's quite informative. The other thing we want to talk about, and this is just a little history and actually more of the forward-looking, and we're going to talk more when Rena presents about the economics. But as you see, our general fund contribution with data centers and overall as Silicon Valley Power as a powerhouse, we keep increasing. Last year's actual was $33.1 million. This year it's budgeted at 38.9, but our sales are actually, our retail sales are actually increasing, so it should hopefully come in a little bit larger. And then you can see the forecast. It's going to keep building as the load comes on. So with that, that's the history lesson for today. There's no quiz, and I'm going to turn this on over, or turn it on back. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm going to focus the next few slides basically on land entitlement and land use as well. So data centers are allowed in heavy industrial, high-intensity office, light industrial, low-intensity office. So if you're looking at our zoning map, it's the areas that we like to point out that are the blue, the light pink areas, and then the darker pink areas, and then the light blue areas as well. So data centers are allowed in those areas, and this has historically been where the industrial uses were allowed. Recently, in the north part of Santa Clara, we've started adding, through our specific plans, such as Tasmanese, Patrick Henry, Lawrence Station, and Freedom Circle, we've started adding more housing. And this has been a response to the housing element, HCD, and our requirements to meet the RHNA numbers. It's important to note that in these, and also because of our own initiatives to add more housing, it's important to note that in these specific plan areas, industrial uses and data centers are not allowed. So the also important distinction that I want to make is that the data centers and industrial uses are not allowed on El Camino Real, which is where we have a specific plan, the station area, or Stevens Creek Boulevard area. They're also not allowed in our residentially zoned areas, in our downtown, our open space, parks, or mixed-use areas. So they're allowed where our industrial uses already exist. Another distinction I want to point out is that we do have a railroad right-of-way that does go through the town, and this railroad right-of-way has historically divided the town into this north area and south area. The north was primarily where the industrial uses were. So this is a little bit more of a focus map, and it does show where some of the sensitive areas are. And you can see here, these are, the gray areas are our residential areas. They're tighter, more dense urban fabric, where the north areas, whoops, how do I go back? Where the north areas are basically where the industrial uses are. When I'm talking about the industrial, the sensitive areas, I'm really talking about these areas where the adjacencies occur. So the purple dots on this map represent where data centers currently exist. And the other important distinction here is the industrial areas have always existed here. This is the historic urban fabric of the city. These two data centers here are the newer data centers where residents did start commenting about the massing and the scale and the height. The other data centers have existed, and there has not been any comments about these data centers. This data center here is what is in our Lawrence Station specific plan area. This data center existed prior to that specific plan and before the housing actually came in. In our updated zoning code, which was adopted in August of 2024, we do have updated zoning code standards, and those zoning code standards, number one, are a response to feedback on previous data centers that had already been approved, and now we incorporated standards in that zoning code. And this includes elements such as aesthetics, such as facade design, exterior lighting with shielded fixtures, so the light casts down, and also noise reduction measures with baffles or acoustic louvers. Separately, there are also landscape standards for all industrial uses, as well as MWELO. And then staff also looked at more recent data centers that have already been constructed or are close to construction completion. And these were approved under the previous zoning code, but the construction is just being completed. And so these were not following the new standards that we have since put into place. So the developers themselves have been coming in with more articulated facades and varying the materials. The architecture also highlights features such as ground floor office spaces and inviting entryways, and as well as landscaping. This again is a newly constructed data center. This is on Mission College Boulevard. This was recently constructed, and it is right across an high-tech office area. The high-tech office area includes office, data center, as well as industrial uses. Again, this data center uses a lot of treatments that are reflective of that high-tech office campus. This image, again, is that previous data center that we just showed you on Mission Valley Boulevard. And it shows basically a new office, which is right here, and then the newly constructed data center. It also shows, importantly, it's a perspective. So it also shows the landscaping that's been incorporated, and also the massing, scale, and articulation of materials. Staff also went around and looked at some other data centers versus office buildings and industrial sites. And in here, this is a new data center that's been recently completed. And then over here, this is a new office building at Lawrence Station. This is an existing office, but they added manufacturing, and they also did a renovation with an addition to the office. And then this is a new data center, and this is a rendering, actually, so it's of an approved industrial building. So for the land use regulations, there are data centers, primary data centers, and then there's ancillary data centers. So the data centers are permitted through a conditional use permit in the office, R&D, and industrial zoning district. A conditional use permit, what that means is that it's required to go through the Planning Commission for review. Ancillary data centers are smaller, and they support offices or industrial warehouses, and they could be as small as 9 megawatts or take up basically 20% of the building. So those are permitted uses in the office and R&D and light industrial. And this is in our new zoning code. So the previous zoning code did not have that. The new zoning code now requires that. And just quickly to walk you through the entitlement process that occurs when a data center application is put forth, there are two types of applications, and a data center would require both. The first is a conditional use permit, which is in the green here, and the second is an architectural review, which is in the light red, the pink. So when an application is submitted, it does go through what we called a Project Clearance Committee, or PCC. The PCC comprises of several departments, including Public Works, Engineering, SVP, Community Development Department, the Building Department, the Fire Department, and that Project Clearance Committee has 30 days to review that application. Sometimes it could be a couple rounds. Once it's completed, we also do what is called a environmental review through a CEQA process. And this is where we look at sensitive items, or such as noise, air quality, water, energy usage, and these, a project is basically scheduled for a planning commission hearing once that CEQA process is also complete and the application is also complete. We look at mitigation measures if there are significant findings to basically make it less than significant if any of those elements arise. So if a project cannot address those significant measures, then findings need to be made, and those typically would go to council. The project then moves to planning commission. A planning commission's decision is rendered. It would only move to council if there's an appeal. With an architecture review process, again, the application is submitted, and this is typically at a staff level. And the director and/or his designee makes the decision on the architectural review, and there can always be an appeal, and it can go to council. Staff also looked at what other cities in the South Bay were doing, just to get an assessment of how data centers are treated by other cities. So we spoke to San Jose. San Jose is very similar to Santa Clara in that we do conditional use permits in the commercial zones, industrial zones, and they both involve public hearings. Mountain View and Milpitas, it's by right in the industrial zones. Sunnyvale and Cupertino, they do not have specific data on how data centers are approved. Of note, PG&E does have 38 data centers that are in the process in the South Bay that they are working on currently. We also looked at, as Dan stated in his presentation, nationally, Virginia is the one that has the most data centers, so we reached out to Virginia, and their staff was kind enough to talk to us. So we talked to Loudoun County and also Prince William County. So they are currently, even though they have the most number of data centers and the most megawatts, they are now currently just beginning to look at a process where they're doing a special exception permit in commercial centers. That's similar to a conditional use permit. And then where there's adjacency to residential, they're basically doing a more discretionary review process with their planning commission, and then it would go to a board of supervisors. Prince William County is basically encouraging the data centers, and they've created data center opportunity zone overlay district where data centers are permitted by right as long as they meet established standards. So I will now turn it to Nico Prokas to talk about SVP. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, and members of the Planning Commission. Nico Prokas, Acting Director for SVP. So we got a good overview from Kathleen of some of the history going back in time. We're going to look a little bit forward now and some of the more recent history. And I'm going to kick things off a little bit here by looking at the sales growth that we've been experiencing since 2019 to 2023. And on the far left side, what we have is a comparison to other municipal utilities. And really what I think the takeaway here, what jumps out is some of them have been experiencing growth. Some of them have been experiencing declining sales. But you see that bar in yellow here represents our situation, and it's quite different from everybody else. In those 4 years, we've experienced 25% growth. Just to add to that, and then the top right-hand corner kind of gives a representation of all the technology. I think we heard about 21. The average house has 21 gadgets. I have 2 teenagers, so I think I'm closer to the 50 that was quoted. You know, what we're experiencing is 60% power use and sales are from data centers. Data center usage increased 4% from 2023, and revenue increased 20% from FY 2023. There's a little bit of a mismatch between those numbers because the way we collect from our rates is not necessarily based on usage solely. So we collect through demand charges. We also have a load development fee as well. The chart on the bottom right kind of gives the representation for over the last 15 years, which I think we've kind of covered that already, but gives you a sense of the growth that we've been experiencing during that time frame. And then also what I talked about previously, starting around 2023, we're seeing that significant jump as we see more data centers come online. Switching a little bit to growth and expansion, it is driven by data centers. Request to add, have requests to add 500 megawatts of load, so that's growing from our current peak of about 720. We determined there was a growth need in late 2019, and we developed a strategic plan to chart our path looking forward. How do we want to approach this? What is the sentiment of the City Council and also the community? We prioritized our growth plan as a strategic priority. We have a need both in our local system and also on the state transmission system. So I'm going to talk about this shortly. We have a lot going on within our city borders. We also are very active outside of the borders, getting more transmission to be able to help us to meet those future goals. So what changed for us? Really the size. Most new data centers are 50 megawatts to 99 megawatts. But I think there's an important point there at the end. Since 2021, we're really kind of in a situation where we've got a lot in the pipeline. We've got already a whole slew that we're serving. We're no longer providing will serve letters. We have system limitations, and as of 2023, we are doing system impact studies for each of these. For those who are interested, they are very costly. I think they cost about $3 million to do a system impact study, somewhere in that range. So not everybody wants to do that, but we are, as we build out the system, as there's that uncertainty, we are baking in some of these analysis to be able to help guide what happens, especially when and I'll talk in a few moments, post-2028. So this chart shows our capital projects really from 2023 through 2028. You can see on the far left, those are the list of the projects. Some of these have been brought forward, and I think the council is familiar with these through the biannual updates. Starting on the top left there, the system expansion projects. And really, this should be system expansion and replacement of aging infrastructure. So it's not just being done to accommodate growth. And then in the middle there, kind of a yellowish hue, you have the data center and large developments. And you can see on the left there, these are large customers, and they correspond to substations. So these are customer-dedicated substations. And then down below there, we have some reliability projects, in particular our 50-megawatt battery storage project, which is going to help us balance our system moving forward. So in terms of the major expansion projects, these are all bond finance. The first bond issuance, I think you're familiar with, $130 million in 2024. We're planning for a second one in 2026. Scott and Kiefer receiving stations, $229 million, full rebuild and expansion, replaces end-of-life infrastructure and increases capacity. So it's, I think, an important point there. It's not just expanding capacity. It's also at the end of its useful life. The schedule, we actually did receive the bids on May 1st. A bit of a spoiler alert, this will be coming to council, I think, in the first meeting in June, but the bid actually was, the prevailing bid right now is 6% under the engineer's estimate, so some good news there. And we have our major material procurement, which is in progress. And then, as I mentioned, we'll be coming forward to council for approval of that contract. For our northern receiving station, $147 million, again, upgrade and expansion, the schedule, the bids, we did open the bids. We were going to bring this also at the same time to council. We've run into a little bit of a snag there. We may have to rebid that. We're still kind of analyzing that at this time. The 115 transmission line, $48 million, and this is connecting our NRS and our KRS stations. So it was determined early on that we need something to be able to move those electrons around. It's not only expanding substations, it's also moving things around to maintain reliability and to provide the service. Easement acquisition, we've been in the process of doing that. We are going to be coming back, I believe, in the next council meeting or on the first meeting in June to talk about some additional actions that need to take place related to that project. And then construction is still on track for late 2026. So capital project funding, so how do we pay for all this? It's funded through load development fees and ratepayers. So it's really a combination of both. I want to take a moment to talk about our infrastructure. I know not everybody here is an expert in electric utilities, so and sometimes, unfortunately, we fall into that habit of assuming these things. And if I say an acronym inadvertently, please stop me, because sometimes I do that as well. So starting on the left, the generation station and the transmission system, those are typically outside of the borders of our service territory. And I just talked about all our major projects going into the transmission substation, so these are interconnection points. And then on the bottom side there, you have a single customer substation. So there was a previous slide where we talked about the dedicated substations to those large customers. That's the data center. And then on the top side there, you have more of what you see in a typical utility setting, a distribution substation, and then it serves mixed-use commercial and residential. I'm not going to talk so much about how power moves on the right-hand side. It gives a little bit of some information on the specifics of our system. I want to provide an example of how we pay for these, because I was talking about we split these between developer contribution and rates. So for this one, Scott Receiving Station, again, replacement of end-of-life equipment and expansion to accommodate growth. The total cost is $110 million. 35% is paid through load development fees, so those are new customers, and 65% is ratepayers. So in terms of the numbers, roughly about $39 million from LDF, $71 million is coming from ratepayers. Now, in a moment, I'll drill down a little bit in terms of the split of our customer classes, which is a little unique at SVP. But essentially, I think one of the key takeaways here is $4.3 million is coming from our residential customers. So of the total cost of $110 million, 4.3 is coming from those customers, and then the rest of it's coming from our industrial and larger customers. This is what I was talking about a little bit earlier. These are summary of sales for FY24. And I think what's really striking and was striking for me, because I'm relatively new, I've only been here a year, is your residential customers are 5.9% of revenue, and then your commercial and really your large customers, those are the industrial customers, are 90% of your sales. This is very unique in the utility space. I'm not sure there's another utility really in the country that has a similar kind of situation like this. And it has some positives. It also has some risks and some cons. Wanted to provide a little bit of a comparison. This table, starting on the far left, is 2023 data. We don't have 2024 data yet, unfortunately, because of the lag. There's a bit of a lag when that comes out. And then we have the utilities that we're comparing to. So all of these, with the exception of PG&E, are municipal utilities, community-owned utilities. And you can see the residential rates. These are average rates, and industrial. And then I think one of the key areas to focus here is residential higher than industrial. So this is the percentage. So going down there, you see it kind of runs the gamut, but the general trend there is the residential rate, average rate, is higher than the industrial average rate. And this brings us forward to 2025, shows our rates, our average rates for residential, small commercial, large industrial, and very large industrial. And the data centers are split between the CB3 and CB6, so the large industrial and the very large industrial customers. On the right-hand side there, I threw in some, I'm not going to go through this. This is kind of legal jargon there. As a utility, just like any utility, we're governed by Proposition 26. So you go, typically, we perform cost of service studies, and we allocate costs to different customers based on cost causation principles. And we are required to do that. I mean, there is risk, legal risk and litigation risk. In a previous role, I experienced that. So these things can be scrutinized. I think one of the key takeaways is the courts have interpreted this to mean that no one rate class may subsidize another rate class. That's the really important point there. Switching gears a little bit, talk a lot, and this is actually a very good story here for us, our resource map. Starting on the bottom left, our in-town resources. So we have, our DVR plant, our GNR plant, some transmission. These provide a very vital role, not only in providing power for our customers, but also from a reliability perspective. They're able to help us, give us more tools in the toolbox to manage our system. And then I'm not going to go through all of those there. Certainly, if you have a few moments, you might want to check it out. But I mean, we have resources that we solely own, a couple of small hydros. We also participate through our Joint Powers Agency, Northern California Power Agency, through several large resources, a geothermal resource, a hydro resource, and then we have kind of a smattering of power purchase agreements throughout the state that we've been actively pursuing in light of the fact that we have increasing load growth. We wanted to give a representation of how we are looking in terms of our renewable procurement, and also what does the future look like in terms of any deficiencies. And so we certainly have some near-term deficiencies that we are working on, but I think there's a good story kind of later on when you get into 2028, 2029. We have contracts in the pipeline. Kathleen's group is doing a great job going out there and going after contracts. We are in competition with the community choice aggregators and everybody else who needs renewable energy. But we are anticipating that through 2031, maybe into 2032, we're going to be in pretty good shape. Obviously, we have some deficiencies, some gaps there post-2032, which we need to focus on. But certainly the way things are going right now, we're doing a pretty good job taking care of that. And I think that's it for me, and I will hand it over.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, planning commissioners. My name is Ahmed Ali. I'm the principal engineer for water and sewer utilities. And today I'm here to talk to you about data centers and water. So traditionally, historically, data centers have been associated with a high use of water, but we've been noticing two trends that are changing that trajectory. The first trend is that there's been an increased adherence to the use of recycled water. The second trend is that there's an adoption of water-efficient cooling systems. City of Santa Clara is very proud of its recycled water system. We, of course, have partial ownership of the regional wastewater facility, which produces recycled water for the region. South Bay manages that system as a wholesaler. We manage it as a distribution system. We're proud of the quality of our recycled water. It's a blended recycled water with a purified water source. And we've been very successful in the use of recycled water in our system. We've offset 20% of our total water portfolio to recycled water. So extremely proud of that. In addition to this, we've taken the use of recycled water to a very high level, especially in the region. We mandate the use of recycled water through our code, and then the water rules and regulations also mandate the use of recycled water, especially on land development projects. Not only do we maximize the use of recycled water on a site, we also try to minimize the use of potable water on a site. We ask that developments that come in convert any existing potable water use that can be converted to recycled water. We ask them to extend the recycled water system so they can connect to it. This is especially the case for data centers. Recycled water, if it's not available, then they have to be recycled water ready. And then, of course, during construction, we try to get them to use recycled water also. I'm the the lead reviewer in the entitlement process that was mentioned earlier. So we take this mandate and we apply it to new development projects. Data centers are required, of course, to maximize the use of recycled water, to extend the recycled water line, to convert any existing systems to recycled water. And if they can't do all of those things, then they have to be recycled water ready. So this is a map of our recycled water system. You could see that the system is very developed in the north. We have 31 data centers that are on recycled water today. They're using it. And we have 6 in the pipeline at some stage of construction or development review. And all new data centers, of course, like I mentioned, have to use recycled water. And this is the fruit of our hard work. As of today, those 31 data centers, the majority of their portfolio is using recycled water. About 2/3 of their water use is recycled water, and 1/3 is potable water. So as we look to the future, what we expect is the efficient use of water. This is based on some site visits that we've done with some of the larger data centers in the area. There's a use of new technology where they're using closed-loop water systems, which are very potable water efficient, and they're using recycled water for some of the cooling systems for those some of those loops. And so that's why we're getting good numbers at those sites. We expect that trend to continue. We expect cooling systems to get even more efficient. It's complicated. We're by no means experts on cooling systems, but from what we learned from the practitioners is that the type of cooling system really changes the ability to use recycled water. And so we envision that technology is going to keep developing and the use of recycled water will most likely expand. I'll hand it over to economic development.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and planning commissioners, and members of our public. I'm Rena Brio, the Director of Economic Development and Sustainability. Today, we have heard about how data centers have come to our city, how they've been attracted by our utilities and our infrastructure, and how actually, as Kathleen Hughes mentioned, in the 2000s, the city actually had a marketing campaign to recruit data centers and businesses to our city. But I do want to talk about what the important role data centers have been in our Silicon Valley regional ecosystem, and that's an ecosystem of innovation. So as is important to recognize is that technology companies here in Silicon Valley are major consumers of data centers, and that has been really what's fueled data centers starting here in Silicon Valley and seeing technology grow. So recently, just in April of this year, expert testimony was provided to the U.S. House of Representatives and mentioned Silicon Valley, specifically Santa Clara notably, that we were home to the first modern data center. And that was Exodus Communications Data Center, which was constructed here in Santa Clara in 1996. That was a 15,000 square foot data center. And what became notable about that data center is that actually, as Exodus Communications expanded in the city, became home to Google's first use of data centers ever with their company as well. So historically, we've had the evolution of data centers and technology. So let's jump to today. Today, we know that our technology companies are major consumers of data centers. We also know that our Santa Clara companies are leading the way with research and development and manufacturing of semiconductor technology. That semiconductor technology is fueling AI. What fueling AI does also mean is that it's creating technology that goes into data centers, which are becoming supercharged today to really be AI factories. So there is a deep connection between data centers and what's happening here in Silicon Valley. And we're reminded by our general plan, of course, that we as a city need to strategically go after development that is supporting our city's fiscal sustainability, and that development really should be strengthening our fiscal sustainability here in the city. And data centers are a very tangible source of economic support. So when we look at data centers, the key areas for how they are contributing is to our general fund through our Silicon Valley Power Transfer, property tax, sales and use tax, as well as through our business license tax. I'm going to focus really primarily on those top 3 categories and expand on them more. Beyond our general fund, data centers are also contributing to the construction of affordable housing in the city. SVP transfer, so we've talked about this a little bit. This is a 5% transfer of SVP revenue to the city's general fund. And this transfer has been in place since 1951. And really, it got reconfirmed in November of 2022 when our voters approved Measure M, which once again reconfirmed that 5% of our utility revenue would go to the city's general fund. Now, this is not enterprise fund money. This is money that is going to all sorts of city services. So this is going to police, this is going to fire, this is going to library services and park services, and services for our seniors. It's estimated, because we have collected the data of our data centers and how much they are contributing to the revenue of SVP, that this fiscal year, approximately $23.3 million in revenue will be provided to the general fund from data centers through this SVP transfer. Property tax, that's our second greatest contributor from data centers to our general fund. And when we talk about property tax, there are really 2 components. There's the secured assets and our unsecured assets. Secured assets are the windows, the walls, the roof, the building itself. And then there's unsecured assets, which are the improvements to a building, the equipment that's being installed. Usually, that equipment is considered unsecured because we can actually physically move it somewhere else. So the interesting thing about data center property tax is that it has a high degree of unsecured assets. And that's because we know there's a lot of investment being made into the servers in those buildings, as well as to the infrastructure to allow those servers to work efficiently. So the other asset, before moving on to this pie chart, that's great about data centers and property tax is that those investments to unsecured assets are happening every 3 to 5 years. Every 3 to 5 years, those servers are getting updated in order to really get updated with technology. So as a city, data centers are not stale assets. There's investment always happening in them. There is reassessments of property tax happening in those properties. And so they are constantly growing in terms of value to the city from a property tax standpoint. So you'll see here a pie chart, and this is because property tax is a shared revenue source. And it's shared not just by the city, but many different agencies in our community. So you'll see this relatively smallish sliver that's in turquoise. That's the city of Santa Clara's share. That's a total of $10.17 out of every $100 collected. So this is much smaller, about 3.5 times smaller than the larger agency who benefits, which is our Santa Clara School District. So they're significantly benefiting from property tax revenue. However, what we did is we combined all the revenue that we, the city specifically, are getting from data centers, and that number this year is $6.5 million in combined property tax. Once again, that is just Santa Clara's share, so our adjacent agencies in our community are also benefiting in a greater proportional share. Sales and use tax. So Sales tax is transactions that are happening, purchases that are happening at the property. Use tax is purchases of materials that are being utilized in the property. And sales and use tax is also a shared revenue source for us. You'll see Santa Clara, that turquoise little sliver is $1. That's $1 out of the $9 and some change that would be collected for a sales purchase. And the greatest share of sales and use tax does go to the state of California. However, we did combine all of sales and use tax that is happening for data centers, and that totals this fiscal year just under $5 million. So outside of the general fund, other fiscal contribution that's significant is affordable housing. So in 2019, we implemented our affordable housing ordinance. And data centers who've come online since that time have had to pay into our affordable housing fund. That total has summed up to just under $4 million. And we have 3 data centers who haven't yet gotten to the point where they've had to pay us the check. They're moving through the process. When they come online through that process, we anticipate another $1.7 million for affordable housing from those additional data centers. So when you sum up data centers and their contributions to the general fund, that's the SVP transfer, that's our property tax, there's our sales and use tax, that gets us to a grand total of $40.96 million in terms of contributions this year to our general fund. And that equates this year to 13% of our adopted general fund. So with that, want to very much acknowledge the impact that data centers are having for our fiscal health in our city, and would like to hand this baton over to our city manager, Javon Grogan.
All right, thank you, Rena. So as I wrap up, I just want to point out one other thing that the City Council received. So in your packet, you have a white paper that includes much of the information that we covered today. And I just want to thank our Director of Community and Economic Development, Afsha Hamid, who drafted this. And so you have it in your packet, and it provides a wealth of information, most of which we also cover tonight. And just to wrap up, we're on our 85th slide, and you've heard a lot of information tonight. And so we provided you first with a background of how the city had an economic development effort to go out and seek data centers, really as an effort to recover and address the economic downturns in 2020, in the early 2000s, that really leveraged all of our assets. We had a presentation on industry insights from the Data Center Coalition that really demystified what is a data center, and I think put it in terms that the community, council members, the planning commissioner can understand. We also heard in that presentation why data centers are increasing across the country, where we stand relative to other parts of the country. Next, we talked about land use regulations, where data centers are allowed in Santa Clara. We discussed some of the recent changes to data centers. We juxtaposed what a data center looks like compared to other industrial uses. And we also talked about how our local ordinances compare to other local ordinances, both regionally and across the country. And the key salient point there is that we have a conditional use permit process, which means that there is a process for a data center that has to go through the Planning Commission as well as a staff process. And there's also the ability for that to be appealed to the City Council, a much stringent process than some of our neighboring communities, and more stringent than other places across the country. So we have built-in review cycles. Next, we had a presentation from Silicon Valley Power that talked about data centers from the perspective of how much of the load data centers consume of our electric utility, approximately 60%. We also talked about in that presentation that we're limited now, right? we have undertaken a plan to double in size, but right now, we are undertaking a required study that costs approximately $3 million for any new data centers. And so know that we need to have a conversation after we complete our growth cycle to discuss, will there be additional data centers in Santa Clara and exactly where those will be. We also, in that presentation, talked about how our major infrastructure projects are funded. And the director provided an example of an expansion of one of our substations of approximately $110 million, and noted that residents are only paying about $4.3 million of that. And so our industrial uses are paying the lion's share of that. That's an important project because one of the things that we have heard is that there's this feeling that residents are subsidizing data centers, and that's simply not true. If we did not have this large industrial use, when we need to replace our substations, a larger share of that would be borne by our residential customers. The same thing is true for our rates. Our residential rates, as was presented, make up 6% of all the revenue, and our industrial use is 90%. We have the lowest electric rates for any municipality that has over 10,000 customers in the state of California. Data centers and the revenue that they provide help us keep our rates low, and they help subsidize our infrastructure costs. But also, most importantly, with our load development fee and with our dedicated substations, they pay for the infrastructure and the energy that they are consuming. And so our residential rates are not subsidizing data centers. Next, we talked about water, important notes there. We wanted to take some time because we had heard some concerns around the use of water. And so we wanted to provide the information to you that actually, as of late, one, because of the change in our regulations, all future data centers have to use recycled water. And of those that are now using recycled water, there is an over 60% reduction of their potable water use. And then lastly, we talked about the economic impact to the city of Santa Clara and the roughly $40 million this year that we are going to receive because of data centers. And so with that, I know it's been a long presentation, but we've really attempted to address the totality of the issue and address some of the concerns that we've heard that have been raised. And we're here to answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager, and to all the staff that presented this evening. I walked in tonight thinking I knew a lot about data centers, and I was wrong. I learned so much this evening, so thank you for that very comprehensive report. It was so informative, and it really gave us an idea of the current trends and development, what's happening, and you gave us a really, really clear view of everything, so thank you. It was an excellent, excellent presentation. So I'm going to start with our council members, go down the row here, and the way we're going to do this is like we do it at our city council meetings. We get all the questions first, and then give our staff a little bit of time to come up with their answers, and then they can answer us all together. So I'm going to go to the council, and then probably the public as well, and then we'll be able to gather all the Planning Commission, and then the public will be able to gather all those questions, and then give staff a little bit of time. We'll take a break and give you time to answer. So I'm going to start down here. Councilmember Gonzalez, do you have any questions? We can't hear out of that one. We might have to all share this one.
I don't have an outside voice, but I had asked the previous director just a question as far as if there was a certain sweet spot as far as, bringing in power to help our different partners. In this case, we're talking about data centers, but what that would be, because if you were to bring more power, and there's going to be a cost associated with that, and it might be that's something that I think was being looked at or might be a bit looked at, but there's issues with that. as far as a power issue that we would have. So we can't, we're not going to have data centers everywhere. We've seen where they're being built, but we understand that there are other folks who want to build more data centers, and if that was the case, we just don't have the power to bring them online anyways. But what the sweet spot would be if we did have the opportunity to bring more power into the city. That was one question. And the other question I had was just mostly around solar. If residents were somehow given the opportunity to have solar on their homes, would that help mitigate some of the issues as far as the power that we're bringing into the city, so that we don't need to bring as much power, or folks don't feel that all the power is going to the data centers? But if there's a plan or there's an idea to have more solar for our residents, somehow maybe subsidized in some way by SVP, and maybe some of the things that are happening around the revenue generated by the data centers. And the other question I had was, it looks like our water, our purple pipe is fairly well in the vicinity of the data centers currently. Is there any anticipated expansion of that, just for uses that can benefit data centers, but also can benefit some of our other areas, such as our school sites? I think being on the school board, I know that there was some of the fields were purple piped in the Santa Clara Unified, but not all of them because of just the reach. So if maybe the other areas of the city can benefit because of the purple pipe being expanded by and paid by data centers. Just those three questions.
First of all, thank you everyone for the presentation. It was very knowledgeable and enlightening. I have several questions, and I'll hold on my comments for that matter. Recently, I read a Bloomberg article where Microsoft is building a data center in Finland, and they are doing is heat capture, because data center generates so much heat. And with that one data center itself, they're trying to heat around 100,000 residences. So are we thinking on that line in future, like whenever a data center comes over here, can we implement that concept of heat capturing from the data center and make use of that heat? That's my first question. Can we in the past, Silicon Valley Power used to do individual contracts with the data centers. And I think Bloom had some contract with some data centers directly through Silicon Valley Power. Can Silicon Valley Power do individual contracts with future data centers? Let's say somebody's coming over here and they are coming over here not for economic benefits, because our power is so cheap comparing other regions. So can we do some individual contracts so that we can make a little bit more money out of it? Other question is on the data center white paper on page 6, Menlo Equities has mentioned that there is a data center. They did some study. They have 950,000 square feet data center. Building cost on that is around 1.5 billion, and equipment cost within that data center is 4.5 billion. So if I extrapolate that into our city, like we have 60 data centers, so are we getting the appropriate amount of property tax from our data centers? Because right now, one single rack can be multi-million-dollar rack in a data center. All the AI, each GPU is costing $30,000. So my question here is, who can do the study that we are getting appropriate property taxes on our data centers? Can we do an audit in collaboration with the county assessor so that we are getting appropriate property taxes from these data centers? Because if I see those numbers, our property tax numbers seems to be lower than what it should be, basically. So that's my other question. noise monitoring. Like we face this problem in my district from one of the data centers, and I would suggest that proactively, whenever we are approving a new data centers, they should have noise monitoring devices on their data centers, so that if there is an issue, we have data from them. And like I know last time we had to, for almost 6 months to more than 6 months, we were thinking where the noise is coming from. So each data center going forward should have their own data monitoring, noise monitoring devices, so that we know they're not creating the noise. That's why. And on that front, like I know in the study, there's mention of Loudoun County and Prince William County, Fairfax County, and they're doing a very elaborative work on improving their codes when it comes to residential area. So I would suggest to staff that we should study those codes and implement those measures, whatever they are doing. I know Gensler has mentioned noise curtains within the data centers. So Gensler, one of the biggest architect for data centers. So I think we should implement those suggestions or the technical details into our code ASAP, so that next data centers are state of the art. And if they're closer to residents, I hope they are not, but in case they are, the residents don't get impacted by those. And when I say noise, I'm also impacting the height and architecture, all those details with those studies from those counties. I think we can bring those things over here. Power usage, I was surprised with that number. Like since 2010 to 2018, power usage has only gone up by 6%, but the computational needs have gone by 550%. And I think this number may be a little bit old with the GPUs coming into picture. That power, the computational power must have gone much higher. And the reason I'm saying that is because computational power is directly linked with the economic numbers of the investment into the servers. So that, again, I'm emphasizing we should have a real value of what is the property tax of these assets into our data centers. One thing I'm not waiting for that answer today, basically, what is the total acreage in the city under the data centers as of now? Like X 1%, 5% of acreage is under data centers. I would like to see what is the total, because saying 60 or Santa Clara has so many data centers, I want that number there. Oh, only X% of the acreage is under data centers, not a big number from that point. One other question which I have is, when I know city manager and I think Director Afsan mentioned that future data centers have to do impact studies with the $3 million, they will have to spend $3 million, more than that, something like that. My question is, what is the process of bringing these on board? Now that we know we have 60 data centers, but we don't have the adequate load to supply to the next data centers. And I know there was a slide from Director Afsana, what's the process of that. But I think the Silicon Valley Power has to play a bigger role in that. Like if they don't have a power adequately available for next data center, what should be the process? How we should approve even the looking at the data center that, oh, we can take this application next time. And what's the process? And who comes? Is it first come, first serve basis? Or somebody can jump the line and they can come into it. So whole of that process where I'm trying to find out who is the approving authority and how we are basically shortlisting that, okay, these data centers come into the picture. And one other comment is on Mr. Ahmed's slide. You did mention about closed loop water. I read about that one also. So many of data centers to save the water scarcity, we are all facing that. So that should be our new technical standards, that data centers have to use a closed loop water cycle on that. So how can we implement that basically? So those are my questions for the timing. Thank you.
It's not often that we get such a positive report, and I will say that. As the chemical engineer in the room and the computer science teacher, I knew most of this already and have taught my students. And so I want to start out with, yay, us. There's so much positive. The reliability that we all enjoy is because of the redundancy that's been built into the system that the data centers needed, and that's a positive. The 20% of our water usage being recycled water. When I tell that to other regions within regional water meetings, and I mention that, most people are in shock because that's really, really high. We have doubled and are doubling our load, and that's an amazing thing to be able to do in this small city. And I will say I helped cut the ribbon at a software company, a small one, here in Santa Clara, who is using AI to control the electrical use in data centers. And I would call that a positive feedback loop. And that is amazing. So mostly, I don't have any questions. I knew most of this already. I had so much fun reading the report. It just made me smile. And I'm going to end with yay us.
I don't have any questions. I'll save my comments till after. Councilmember Park, does your microphone work?
Hello? It does.
Awesome.
Okay, so I've got a couple of things, which is we heard a lot of information about what's happening, what the future will bring, but really not really any discussions of why and what are the advantages of this use. I have this idea about Jevons law, Jevons paradox, which is you make a resource readily available and the usage goes up. I look at AI, and I've been in AI for the better part of the last decade, and I look at what are the highest users? AI users, meaning it used to be machine learning, didn't take a lot of energy, and now it's a lot of LLMs. When we look at the numbers, 25% of people use a GPT. I think that 50% of people have tried a GPT, and this is definitely not true of something like a machine learning model. At the same time, when we look at what are the benefits of those uses, of the different uses, I think 90% or more is still machine learning. But when you look at the power requirements for the different types of AI, we see that the power requirements for something like a GPT or an LLM model is much higher. And at some point, what are the benefits? I mean, what are the benefits that we're getting? I mean, do we really need to be able to order a pizza using natural language, or is a checkbox good enough for some of these things? I'm looking at comparing the megawatt usage for data centers versus residential. I kind of want to know what the usage is. I mean, we talk about tax revenues, and I'll get into that just a moment. We talked about artificial intelligence is not new. Yes, but the current models are, and the types of models since 2016 when the attention paper went out and the uses went out more to LLMs, to GPTs, the amount of power to generate current models or the models that people generally use is much higher than artificial intelligence that people were talking about 20 years ago. In fact, the type of artificial intelligence we're looking to supporting today didn't exist 20 years ago, didn't really exist 10 years ago. I noted that we stated in here that it's one of the country's most affordable areas for business, but I also note that it's not one of the most affordable areas for people. I respect the fact that new data centers look like office buildings, but we don't really consider the feel or the effect. I mean, what is the effect on walkability of the areas, on foot traffic, on retail? We talk about retail going down 13%, but at the same time, the uses that are increasing, data center 69%, don't really support the uses that are declining. And at some point, maybe we ought to look at synergies, making uses that increase the type of traffic, the type of areas that we want to support. I noticed that there's no standardized testing for performing arts, and as a result, there really isn't the appropriate funding for performing arts. But there really are no standards for looking at walkability, enhancement of retail, things like that. And as a result, we just note the decline. We don't really look at the reasons why. I noted that Nico Prokos, acting director of SEP, noted that the way we collect rates is not necessarily based on usage, and I kind of want to ask about what that means. Another question I had was, how many projects would we need? Because we're looking at transmission lines, we're looking at improvements, but how many would we need if we never built another data center? I mean, just from residential projects alone, we'd still have increases for residential projects, but what would we need to do? I mean, I heard about Prop 26, and there was an unfortunate typo in the slide which prevented me from understanding what it is, but I looked it up. And it says types of services for which reasonable fees are allowable are a charge imposed for a specific benefit conferred or privilege granted directly to the payer that is not provided to those not charged, and which does not exceed the reasonable costs the local government of conferring the benefit or granting the privilege, or a charge imposed for specific government service or product provided directly to the payer that is not provided to those not charged, and which does not exceed the reasonable cost of the local government providing the service or product. I guess my question is a large quantity of power not considerable as a different product? For example, if I want to purchase a large drink versus a small drink, are those not two different products? If I want to purchase a truckload of water versus a cup of water, are those not considerable as different products? Because I would think that there is some argument to be had for those being different products. I also note that Article 13C also provides that a local government agency must demonstrate that the amount of revenue to be generated by a fee is no more than necessary to cover the reasonable costs of the governmental activities supported by the fee, the manner in which those costs are allocated to the payer bear a fair or reasonable relationship to the payer's burdens on or benefits received from the government activity. But the question I have is, do data centers create projects that are not needed by residential users? I mean, even if residents can benefit from newer transmission lines, are those newer transmission lines required if we had just residential uses? Right. I mean, increasing power also comes with increasing battery storage, and there's a lot of other adjunct fees that come with this, and I'm just trying to consider whether or not the residential usage alone would mandate some of these projects and some of these upgrades. I noted that Ahmed Ali, a principal engineer, slide 72, all new data centers will maximize recycled water use, but at some point, we did hear somebody talk about the replacement of water with air cooling, and we know that's not 100% safe, especially when we hit a lot of heat, when we have a lot of heat waves and things like that. But at some point, maximizing recycled water use isn't the same thing as minimizing a recycled water use. I mean, development should be contributing to create a net positive contribution to the city's fiscal health. And I guess I want to look at comparisons with alternative uses. I just went to a workshop where they compared what the long-term benefits were for large box stores like a Walmart, compared, over time, if we had that area broken up into lots of smaller stores that didn't have the parking requirements of a large box store, that each successful business, multiplied by the number of businesses that would fit in that area could provide a benefit larger than the lump sum number that we usually give for a data center, or in the case of the workshop, a large box store. Last slide 80, we talked about how much contributions were in sales tax. I don't actually want to talk about percentages. I want to think about, if I do some math, if I look at 500 houses at $2 million or 1,000 houses at $1 million, how much property tax does that generate? If we took the area that would be used for a data center, and we created a vibrant mixed-use shopping area / housing area, how much money would that generate? Meaning, I hear that we're generating 6.5 million, which sounds like a lot of money, but if you look at how much revenue a successful business would bring with housing, when I look at things like downtown project and what it could do, like if we replace the entire downtown project with data centers, would we get the benefit of the downtown? I don't really think we would. Right? I mean, we often use lowest rates to ignore fare, and we're not subsidizing data centers. Well, we're getting some benefit, maybe a lot of benefit from the projects that data centers are forcing us to provide. But I guess the question is, what would we need to do? What could we have? What kinds of what kinds of entertainment areas could we have if we didn't have to consider, if we didn't consider data centers and we had to consider life uses, life center uses, things that were vibrant like Santana Row. Everyone laughs, but again, Santana Row is one of the things that everyone talks about. Whenever you talk about a successful area, like when we talk about our downtown, we would like our downtown to be something like a Santana Row, maybe with, Santa Clara feel. But right now, we're talking about data centers. Thank you.
All right. Did you get that, staff? All right. Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I had mostly comments. First, regarding Prop 26, we have 2 tiers of electricity rates. One that starts up to 300 kilowatt hours per month, and then it goes beyond that. We're not allowed to add more tiers. IOUs can add more tiers, but we cannot because we're a government entity. We're governed by Prop 26, and we cannot double the rates for data centers because we'd have to provide double the amount of service to data centers if we wanted to do that. It is illegal for us, under Prop 26, for us to charge differential rates unless we provide a commensurate additional benefit to them. So I wanted to talk about environmental impacts. Well, first I want to say, one of the slides said that the projected investment in data centers is $49 billion a year in 2030. That wave is coming. Do we want that wave to go to Louisiana, where they're going to run natural gas power plants? Do we want to go to Phoenix, where they're going to run natural gas power plants? Or do we want to come here? And I'm going to read from our climate action plan because of the people worry about the water use and the energy use of data centers. From our climate action plan, action B-1-7, carbon neutral data centers. Require all new data centers to operate on 100% carbon neutral energy with offsets as needed. This requirement does not apply to data centers with planning application approval within 6 months of the CAP adoption rate. So that's passed now. So all new data centers have to be 100% carbon neutral, okay? Then regarding water use, I'm going to read from the environmental impact statements for 3 data centers. This is for Prime Data Center. What they say is match 100% data center electricity consumption with renewable sources by 2030. Closed loop cooling system for near zero water usage efficiency. Annually balance 120% of all operating data center water consumption with water restoration certificates. That's the Prime Data Center. Now we move on to the Vantage CA3DC. The project would use a relatively small amount of water as part of its core business function. The project estimates that it will use approximately 1.75 acre-feet of water for each of the 2 phases of construction and approximately 2.8 acre-feet per year for operation of the CA3DC facility. 2.8 acre-feet is equivalent to the usage of only 76 families. So it's hardly any water use compared to normal industrial uses. Now I'm going to read from the Bowers Data Center. This is the, is that Okay, this is for the data center at 2805 Bowers Avenue. The BDC could require water when outside air temperatures approach design 89 degrees Fahrenheit to augment its adiabatic cooling system using evaporative pads on the rooftop air chillers. The data center would be designed to use up to 0.5 acre-feet per year of recycled water via the proposed recycled water pipeline extension. 0.5 acre-feet is equivalent to the water use, the annual water use of 13.6 people. So these new data centers use hardly any water, and they don't create any carbon because of their requirements in our climate action plan. There was talk about the Finland project where they use the heat from the data centers to warm buildings for residents. That's actually been proposed. The West Bank project in downtown San Jose, they're going to have 3 data centers and 4,000 housing units adjacent to that. It's called a district energy system, and the heat from the data centers would provide free heating for the 4,000 housing units there. Santa Clara has a 1.81 jobs to housing ratio. So when we build data centers, they won't have as many jobs as an office building. But the problem is when you add more jobs with a 1.8 jobs to housing ratio, you're actually adding a lot of traffic to come into Santa Clara. So those are my comments. I guess I wanted to also say that one of the concerns when I was in Planning Commission was the aesthetics of the data centers. I think they've gotten a lot better. They used to be just big white boxes. And I've also been concerned about substations. Substations are often, look very industrial. They're out in the open. I want to hide them or wrap them with something. And then the transmission lines, I really want to start undergrounding the transmission lines because I don't want, data centers are going to require more energy use, more transmission lines. Those should all be undergrounded. So those are my comments about the aesthetics of these. That's probably my main concern because we've taken care of the water use and the electricity use. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think there were any questions in there. So Vice Mayor Cox.
Thanks. So I'm glad to follow that up because my question was about the 100% free, carbon-free electricity as well. I do understand, though, that most data centers still rely on either a diesel-powered pump or a backup generator. So I'd wondered if you guys would speak a little bit to that. And again, just addressing public concerns. I don't know if we would support stronger regulations for the backup power, low emissions, anything like that. I also wanted to speak to a lot of the community members talking about the aesthetics of the building again. We've had the interest in doing public art, but I don't know how that would be implemented, so I'd be curious from a staff standpoint, is that something that would go through the architectural review? Is that something that we could even propose as a standard when data centers come up? They have to have some kind of art element to them. I know in the white paper it said that they had converted what would have been parking, because there's not a parking need, into landscaped areas. I don't know if there would be the need for park space in these places, but to do the landscaping, I think even to Councilmember Parks saying about walkability makes that more appealing. I'm glad we brought up, our local businesses. They're making the GPUs, the CPUs, all the chips for these. So I think strengthening those relationships is super important. And then I also wanted to ask, I know that some of our developers have actually offered to help with substation development and investment in like this kill and eat model where they're actually building our power with us. And so I was wondering if you guys could speak to some of that opportunity. What I don't understand right now is if we're still in the area where we can change kind of some of our coding or our policy around data centers to implement these things. Are we just talking about this generally and doing like a rah-rah, at least on my end, rah-rah data centers? Or are we looking at any changes right now? So I'm not sure about that. And then I just, again, want to thank the staff because I think that particularly in Santa Clara, there is a very diametric dialogue going on about data centers right now. whether they're beneficial or not. And I do want to recognize public input about that, because there certainly are environmental considerations. There is electricity considerations. But I look at it when we talk about how much is coming into our general fund and the potential that we have to capitalize on this, this money then funds our sustainability plans long term. I mean, this is what can work the complete streets for us. General fund money is what can put solar panels on all of our city buildings. It's what can give us more electric stations for charging our cars. And so I do think that there's an element of consideration, certainly when we think about where and when a data center and what we have to use, but this is what's going to fund us to make more sustainable decisions going forward. And I think that's such a huge element. If we love and want better education, we've talked about Loudoun, Virginia, 1,000 times, Data Center Alley. They are like the richest county in the world because of data centers, and they have the best schools, and they have the best public access and infrastructures. Now, I don't think we want a 2,000 data center model, but I think that a little bit of that, when we do it smart and we address the needs of our community, we really can be capitalizing on this in a massive way. So thank you, guys. That was great.
Thank you. I'm going to continue to go on with the planning commissioner's questions. Go ahead, please. Let's try to leave it to questions only. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. The City Council appoints a planning commission to represent the citizens of the city and provide them a recommendation of our general opinion of land use questions that come to the planning commission. And I'm trying our level best to represent that, what we have been interested with. So I think the council members have already asked some very, very valuable questions. Certainly thank the staff for putting together quite a lot of data and information. Myself particularly resonate with the questions that Council Member Chahal, Council Member Park have asked, and also recently Council Member Vice Mayor Cox. So I'll just make 2 points following on from just what was just said by Council Member Cox. Let's just do a simple calculation and allow me to be just approximate so that you follow the thread of the question here. So we have about 60 data centers already. We're not talking about future data centers. These already exist in the city of Santa Clara. And the data in these sheets says they run 50 megawatts to 100 megawatts. So let's take 100 megawatts. You know, I'm not trying to be biased, just trying to make a simple calculation. 60 megawatts, 60 data centers, 100 megawatts of emergency power with diesel generators, tested monthly for an hour and a half each time. 60 data centers times 100 megawatts, it's 6 gigawatts of power burned through diesel generators, 1.5 hours per month. Just think about that a little bit, right?
Is there a question there, may I ask?
Yes, so is this really as clean of a technology, and in the, we all took that pledge, right? That we think for the best interest, putting the interests of the citizens first. That's what we're here for. Is that something that the citizens of Santa Clara would agree with? So now I'll make my second point. And again, I'll make a fictional analogy. Let's say jewelry stores in the city of Santa Clara provide the highest revenue for the city of Santa Clara per square foot. Taxes, sales revenue, whatever. Shall we plaster the city of Santa Clara with jewelry stores? Is that in the best interest of the citizens of Santa Clara? Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Biagini?
I am actually really going to try to keep my comment questions short, and I'm going to time myself. Okay, so I had a lot of concerns coming into this, and I must thank the staff for very comprehensive reports. I learned a lot that I didn't think I knew, but I didn't. But I've always had three major concerns about data centers: water, noise, they're resource intensive, and the emissions. And why do I bring that up? First, gathering study sessions, implementing feedback from the public and the players involved, to me, is very important. We're doing that. I got a lot of positives, but I'm not sure what I perceive as negatives have been adequately answered. First off, jobs. At the risk of being maybe not too nice, thank you, Dan, for what you told us about bringing in more jobs. But seriously, isn't that during the construction phase? That's temporary. When they go away, I understood data centers employed about 20 people. So I don't think them as huge job folks coming in. But the questions go more towards what lies ahead. New technologies. I am no expert on this stuff. I've learned a lot tonight that I didn't know before. But if I'm hearing there's something about a new NVIDIA chip that might reduce the need for data centers. Have those been explored? Water versus air cooling, are those the only two ways to deal with the heat? I get the need to keep systems cool, but I've read a little bit about immersion cooling. I don't think I'm hearing a lot about that. Why not? I mean, there's so much more. Technology's happening so rapidly. Are we really looking at potential technologies that are hitting the airwaves now and how it might impact? And then data needs. I get that you don't have to convince me how good data centers are for the city treasury and the like. Again, my concern is the law of unintended consequences. For example, if data needs change, what if crypto becomes a big deal? Not that I want it. But, is a crypto need going to be different than a standard need right now? What's the effect? What's the impact? That's where I'm talking about the law of unintended consequences. I hope that makes sense, but I want to hear more about what we're doing for the potential future that we've seen and how will that impact as we proceed forward with data centers. That's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Mario.
That's pretty good. Good job,
Win.
Nancy. Well, you said to keep it to questions only, so I got about 100 questions here. So let me just make this a little bit brief here. I'm going to ask questions. And a couple of the things that are really bothers me is the focus of a small city. We're a small family of 120,000 people, more or less. How did we get stuck with 60 data centers? We've taken the brunt of the data centers here. Now, let's discuss what percentage of our revenue fund comes from the data center. Our city manager, Jovan, you said there was 13%, is that correct? What other businesses, let's say Auto Road, Stevens Creek Auto Road and Santa Clara side, what percentage of the sales tax do you get from there? I'm asking a question.
No, we answer at the end.
We'll save the question. Okay, so I got a feeling it's going to be more than 13%. My thing is, we're focusing in the way that the real estate market is right now, the commercial real estate. Our mayor is in the commercial properties. Everything's changed. Everything changes as time goes by. And who knows? Maybe we'll come back to R&D, just doing R&D, and we'll need the properties back. But the thing is, the data centers, I don't see anything that is actually going to help the city now that we have 60 of them, and you're talking the amount of sales tax. Talk to me about the equipment, based on the equipment, the sales tax. Some of the equipment is leased, and it's every 3 years turnaround. It is not compared to what other businesses will, is actually paying in revenues and in sales tax. Some of the other buildings, like they mentioned before, like for instance, NVIDIA, to compare the size of NVIDIA with one of the data centers, they pay a lot more because the buildings are complete buildings. Raj mentioned almost like he was going in the direction I felt that we were going to go into the business of data centers. And I just wanted to kind of deviate from that a little bit. But the information that we got today, it felt like I was getting a sales job. It reminded me of the 49ers, kind of like they were trying to sell us something that really, it just doesn't feel right. I don't feel like we're getting the revenue for what we have to put out and give in response to that. And I just want to thank you for doing that. But I'm the numbers guy. I want to know how much money we can make. My thing is to make a lot of money for our city, to make it easier and get the best roads, no potholes, get the best schools and the best services for our citizens, our neighbors. So that's the way I look for it. The city comes first. I don't give a darn about the data center. I want the city, for the people, for the city to come first. But I think we're putting too much emphasis on the data centers, and eventually another type of business is going to come back in here in the future.
Thank you. Commissioner Salim?
Okay, fine, thank you. It was a great presentation. I now understand that data centers are wonderful things. I kind of knew that, but they're great. I also knew that Santa Clara is a wonderful place for data centers because we're so wonderful on our price of power. But the thing I didn't really hear was why Santa Clara wants data centers. I understand that they generate property tax and some sales tax, but what other aspects of quality of life for the residents of Santa Clara are they providing? They are not providing significant jobs. They are not improving our commercial or entertainment or residential quality of life for people. And they do not, as far as I was able to research, cause businesses to co-locate directly nearby the data centers. These are state and national distributed data centers. They serve the needs of people well outside of the city of Santa Clara and benefit from the infrastructure that Santa Clara provides. So I'm curious as to what the group of experts believes is the quality of life improvement that data centers are bringing to Santa Clara by being resident here, and what aspects of the data center's property tax is improving the entire nature of the city of Santa Clara when we are not actually providing significant jobs or support for our commercial and residential residents. Because as Councilman Park pointed out, we're put here just basically to try and make the quality of life and the nature of Santa Clara better for everyone. But I'm not seeing that as a focus on profit centers coming from data centers. So that's it. How are we improving Santa Clara, and why does Santa Clara want data centers instead of other businesses? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cherukuri.
Thank you, council and staff. As you can see, the vibe here, there's that side, this side. So I'm going to try to keep it as politically correct as I can in this conversation here. So it seemed like Tesla was giving us a spiel about why electric cars are good for the world. So yes, they are, no doubt. But let me ask this in a question format. I'll go into the slides itself. So there's a whole land use plan that shows the entire north being gentrified to become a data center hub. That is literally what land use, and I come from an expert, so don't take this as a biased opinion. I'm a land use expert. I have a master's. I have served 15 years in land use with the county. I am an expert in land use right now with one of the most premier institutions in healthcare and innovation. So I actually vouch for data centers in healthcare. So don't take this as a biased statement coming from me. But here we are, where the city is literally spiraling into the dark side. And I say dark side with a pun intended. We just got news of Spain and Portugal having a complete blackout in its electricity. Hack, electricity outage, whatever. What would be the data center generator diesel noise impact in a scenario like that? Not unreasonable, happening, will happen. What is the intent for the city of Santa Clara for the utilization of its needs through its data centers versus becoming, and I'm going to be a little harsh here, but bear with me, becoming a vampire city for other cities to basically use their tech companies and their tech hubs, but we become their backyard with the data center being supported in our city. Is 60 not enough for the city? How many more do we need? And what is the electricity consumption from 2030 standpoint that just was said? We don't have electricity until 2030. We have almost given data centers their intent to not be supplied with electricity until 2029, and yet we had a related application that just came through asking for a prime entertainment corridor district to become industrial. So when the city is making, and this is city staff, how many of you live here, and I say this now more as a passionate citizen, and I don't know why, I try to keep as calm and composed, but this is really surreal for me. So I'm speaking from my heart right now to basically say, I don't think the city is headed in the right direction. You are not thinking for a 50-year haul, because what you have right now in land use is what was the downtown in the 1960s. A decision that you're making today to allow more data centers without the impact analysis and without the impact studies is going to spiral the city into an arena of less land for housing, less land for future technology hubs, and NVIDIA is absolutely necessary as ServiceNow. But those are the only two anchors. There is no healthcare hub beyond Kaiser. We are not thinking land use for people. We are thinking land use for gadgets to be supplied to every other city and region, and probably even city. So, thank you for all allowing us this opportunity.
Thank you. Commissioner Wang?
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, quick question. Actually, the electricity backup generator, diesel generator, since SVP, we have the power source generated by ourselves, right? Is it possible we design the redundancy loop, use our normal generator and the backup? Is that possible? Since that way, the generator, no matter what, it's running. Instead of just sitting there doing nothing, only probably 1 hour, 1.5 hour a month for testing. Another thing is, for the backup, how about the battery backup to replace the diesel generator? That's technology. It's not, I don't know. Just a question. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Crutchlow?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I work in the cybersecurity industry and use cloud quite a bit. And just to preface some of the questions I'm going to ask real quick, cloud in data centers in Santa Clara don't serve necessarily Santa Clara whatsoever. They serve worldwide. When I run processes and do analysis and stuff, and I go out to AWS, whatever, it may be actually running, sitting somewhere in Germany, just because that's the cheapest place I can get it now. So these data centers are literally international. One of the questions I have is, the Data Center Coalition stated that the direct number of employees was 99,000 in California, and we have 313 data centers in California, according to Data Center Maps. That means that each data center has over 300 employees. So I'm kind of curious where that number comes from, so maybe we could get that clarification. Also, for data centers to operate, obviously we know that electricity is very important. And one of the things that I'm wondering is California is mandating that we improve our electrical grid. And I'm wondering if that is one of the benefits, is the fact that they're in essence kind of paying for helping us improve our grid. CEQA, one of my favorite things. When we talk about each data center, or actually any industry, it doesn't matter, and we talk about, okay, what is the impact on the environment, we never do that in aggregate. So in other words, if I have a data center coming on, it says, okay, here's the impact, it meets the standards. Two questions about that. If you have 60 data centers, and as many people have mentioned, and you all of a sudden turn on all the clean diesel, because I do know that they try and do their best to make it as clean as possible, all the industry, not just data centers, what in aggregate is that putting out in a valley? The models that they use are based not in a valley, flat land. So that's all, in theory. So what are we doing to ensure that when all the industries that have some kind of generators turn on, that we know exactly what the impact is, especially if it's a very hot day and we have a very low inversion layer? That's one of the key things I always ask when something like this comes up. Also, I did not hear anything about decommissioning and reuse and end-of-life plans. Is there any discussions about that, or is that even a consideration? Annual reports. Is there any considerations on zoning and asking for annual reports for power or water consumption, equipment noise audits, facility uptime and incidents, security events, specifically with that being aggregated and anonymized? I don't necessarily know that they want to give out all the details, but I think it is important for us to know if they've had security events, because it does affect us. Are they involved in community planning and emergency preparedness? And then what community complaints received and responses have they given? So these are the kinds of things I'm wondering, are we looking at that? Should we be proposing that? Permits, where they get a permit and they hold on the land and nothing gets done with the land for 10 years because there's no electricity. Is that something that we really want to do? We already have that issue with several, it has nothing to do with data centers per se, but data centers are very big. And then lastly, I just wanted to give you a little bit of a background. So NVIDIA, we talked about AI and such. The thing is, most data centers aren't just AI. When I look at the bill that we pay, probably one of the biggest ones is compute, which has nothing to do with AI. And the second one is storage. That's some of the biggest things I have to pay for. Now, AI definitely is big. And just to let you know, if you have a data center that's focused just on that, the current chip that's out that they're starting to sell at NVIDIA, Blackwell, is 30 times faster than the last generation. What this means is if I have a data center, let's say it's 1 story, I can add 29 more stories on it. And I don't have to actually change my physical outside. So are we looking at what the technology, where it's going, and how can data centers be more efficient? Because even with that, they also have a 25% better energy efficiency with those chips. Are we taking into account that these data centers will evolve and that every 3 years they literally change all their hardware because they burn it out? So those are my questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Back to you.
Thank you. We're now going to go to the public. I have a card online in the council chambers. Mary, you're up first. And then I have 2 online, or if anybody else wants to speak here, they can speak. We'll do the council chamber first and then go online.
Good evening, everybody. I urge you to reconsider building any more data centers. The latest technology breakthrough from NVIDIA Blackwell B200 chip renders the justification for building additional centers obsolete. Compared to the predecessor, the Hopper H100, the B200 is 30 times faster and offers up to 25 times greater energy efficiency for AI inference tasks, which is one of the primary workloads these data centers support. What does that mean for Santa Clara? It means the same computational tasks that once required 30 racks of servers can now be done with just one. And they'll consume a fraction of the power. The kind of efficiency drastically reduces the need for the massive land power and water footprints that traditional data centers demand. Santa Clara already has 60 data centers, far more than our share. With Blackwell's advancements, we should be talking about upgrading the ones we already have, not giving away precious land and energy to build new ones. That may soon be outdated before they even go live. Let's prioritize smarter infrastructure over sprawling, unnecessary expansion. Vote no on new data centers. Let's future-proof our city instead of chaining it to yesterday's energy-intensive models. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the chambers that would like to speak? If so, please come forward. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Edessa Bidbadel. I own Elevate Now Consulting. It's a consulting firm. And in the past, I've represented data centers. I just want to say thank you to staff for the most comprehensive presentation. As a former staff and a former planning commissioner, I thought it was quite educational and really great comments all along from everyone, planning commissioners and city council members. My only comment is going to be that in the past, when I had projects, I invited elected officials and planning commissioners to see the projects in person and a little bit more. And I have to tell you, much like elementary school kids, when they go on field trips, they learn quite a bit. Adults do too. So I highly recommend it, whether it's for my project or any other project within the city. It doesn't have to be data centers. Please take the opportunity to visit in person and see the site, because when you do, it really has made an impact. I know it did when I was a planning commissioner for another city, but I'm sure it will for also those who are appointed and elected in the city of Santa Clara. With that, I just want to say thank you so much for the most comprehensive presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Edessa. Anybody else here in the council chambers? Please come forward. Welcome.
My name is Ben Fanjoy, and it's my first time coming here. It happened by happenstance, I guess, that I came to the city hall today, and I got to meet the front desk worker. And anyway, I resonated with a lot of the speakers who spoke tonight. Everybody said a lot of amazing things. It was a very nice presentation. Towards the end of it, though, I kind of still felt like I was a little bit overwhelmed, and I didn't really get the essential essence of what the point of it was. And again, I'm just here by happenstance. I was informed that you guys had a meeting tonight, and I wanted to come and check it out and start getting involved in the community. But I resonate with a lot of the questions that were proposed. Raj, Kevin Park here. Over on this side, I think there's a whole, I think they represent a bit of like the heart of the community and thinking a little bit more holistically about what it means maybe to move Santa Clara into the future. And does that mean that we're going to take a path, maybe a road less traveled or a road more traveled, and go maybe towards more technology and innovation and AI? Or is there the chance of going the other way, maybe towards, I was looking at the name Santa Clara. It means saint and clear. So maybe becoming a little bit more clear in our intention of what we'd like to create. And maybe even just like zooming out entirely from the whole picture and not even thinking about data centers for a moment, and thinking about like new ways of innovating everything, like the ideas of the schooling system, how much can be improved, and just on that alone, because, for example, I got 25 seconds left, the school system, I feel like there's so much that could be changed, and we could teach kids to come together and come up with new solutions that don't necessarily just involve a bottom line or a transaction at the end of it, and how they could come together and create a new idea that would maybe make some of these other ideas like leave them in the past and create things that would remove us from this like scarcity mindset and stuff. And that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you, and thank you for coming. I have two online. Oh, anyone else here that isn't staff would like to speak? All right, I have Makisha Mashika. I'm sorry, Mashika. Thank you. Go ahead, please. Sorry, I mispronounced it.
worries. My name is Mashika Allgood, and I'm an AI ethicist. My work is largely focused on the environmental impacts of AI data centers. The issue of diesel generation has come up quite a bit, and I want to raise it as well. I haven't seen any discussion on the public health impacts of the small particulate matter pollution that is generated by diesel generators. As you know, we in the Bay Area are seventh worst in the country for small particulate matter pollution. Has anyone reached out to the county health department or anyone in county health to do studies on the impact of data center generator usage, both on the monthly basis as well as in an outage situation? Secondarily, I read through the white paper and listened carefully to tonight's discussion, but there wasn't any mention of how much of our recycled water capacity is currently being used by the data centers. I also didn't see any forecast for data center usage over time. Similarly, there was some discussion on reduction of potable water use, but no discussion of how much of our potable water capacity is currently being used by data centers. I also want to raise a point of clarity about the impact of more efficient cooling methods. Even efficient cooling methods and closed loop systems consume millions of gallons of water per year. There's always a heat exchange loop, and that heat exchange loop often uses evaporative cooling. Zero water data centers are not a reality at this point. So I would strongly advocate that companies be required to implement and share water metering data, both usage and consumption, with the county on a yearly basis. That is a key point of emphasis across the country. Data centers have not been sharing that information, and it's been very hard to get a real understanding of how much water is used and consumed by data centers. Finally, I emailed a couple articles on these two issues, water use and air quality, to be included in the meeting record. Thank you for your time and the presentation.
Thank you for contacting us as well. iPhone, go ahead. You're muted.
It's Linda, of course.
Hi, Linda.
Um, Are we going to become a heat island? I agree that we use less water more efficiently than old systems. Water is more efficient at cooling than anything else, but the end result is dumping the heat from the water to the sky air. What is the effect of all that air up high in the sky, heat on weather in the city? Will we become a drought island because of weather systems splitting around us? Or what are the other effects of the sky air heat? I want to be convinced that there is no bad effect, but since it's not been mentioned at all, I worry. Second point is the backup generators need to be tested monthly. As somebody who used to be in a place that needed backup generators tested, there is lots of pollution from this, each one of them, and they all will kick on at the same time when we have the big earthquake that will happen. My solution would be, how often do backup solar panels and batteries need to be tested? And would solar be better? And is there a place to put solar? Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Is there anybody else? I don't see anyone else online, City Clerk?
No, no other hands
All right,
are up.
none. So we're going to now turn this over to staff to talk together for 15 minutes. Is that good, City Manager? Okay, 10:05. We'll be back so we can stretch your legs for 15 minutes, and we'll be back at 10:05. The staff will answer our questions, and we'll wrap this up. Thank you.
Hello, testing. It's working. He just need to press that button.
I don't think he turned it on.
Check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Compared to what? Oh, yeah.
I'm really hoping, following this topic, I know, I don't think any specific some things are kind of.
I'm not going to convince you. I can try.
take our seats, please? We need a city manager. I thought he walked in. No? All right, Rena, you ready to answer all those questions? I'm sure you could. Kathleen, you ready? Answer every question? Okay. Calling city manager. He took an extra long break. We're ready when you are, city manager.
Testing, testing. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Planning Commissioners. So we are ready to respond to a number of the questions, but I think it's first to begin with a few introductory comments. There were lots of really good questions, and certainly there are a number of divergent views on data centers. We won't be able to answer every question that you pose tonight. And in fact, one of the reasons why we published the white paper as a working draft is that we can finalize it based on some of the questions and input that we received tonight. And so know that we will do that for the questions that we're able to respond and for some of the questions that we're not able to respond to. I also want to say and just clarify that this was intended and is an informational session. The city does not have any proposed rules or regulations to expand or curtail the amount of data centers. Certainly there have been concerns raised, and I think just a need to articulate what a data center is and what some of the benefits are for the city of Santa Clara, which is why we're holding this session. Next, we're not going to take the questions one by one because I think there were a number of recurring themes, and so we're going to group the questions, and I will moderate. We have a number of staff members that will respond to them. But I think the first set of questions that I'd like to really collapse in one group is this question around, do data centers crowd out other uses? And the question around, will there be a proliferation or more data centers in Santa Clara? And so first, I just want to articulate what we discussed in the proposal is that we are power limited. Now, what we didn't go into is why we're power limited, and we frankly don't have enough time for that tonight. But there's both the generation problem in town of generating additional power and then getting that power into Santa Clara through transmission. There are some significant limitations on our ability to continue to grow the enterprise much, much more than the 1,300 peak load capacity that we're set to double to, okay? And so also I want to say that we've been talking tonight a lot about data centers, which is inherently, we're not talking about all of the other uses in the city. And I think because we are in this cycle where we're not seeing a lot of office development, we're not seeing a lot of retail development, and we're not seeing a lot of industrial development, but we're seeing data center applications, the impact is magnified. And so around this question of, do data centers crowd out additional uses and where data centers are allowed? I want to ask for us to bring up that slide again that shows the zoning areas and where data centers are, and then talk about it, because in fact, only about 12.1% of the city's land area is even in an area that could be a data center. And so we're not going to have this situation where data centers are crowding out all of the other uses. In addition, it's also important to note that in order to have some of the benefits of using heat from data centers to power other uses, we need to make sure that there is room for co-location of other uses next to data centers so that we can have those benefits. And so I want to turn it first over to our Community Development Director for a little bit more articulation, and then Rena Brio.
Thank you so much. Can we please have that one slide that shows the land use? Not this one, the one that's more colorful with all the pinks and the blues and. So one of the things that, we've been looking at in community development is that with the data centers, the city has this historical urban fabric, right? Where you see that there's a tighter urban fabric more to the south with residential areas. And to the north is where the traditional industrial uses were. The data centers that we're seeing
Slide
are
41.
actually going in the existing industrial areas. It's the one before this.
40.
Thank you. So the data centers are already going where previously there were industrial uses. So it's almost like a redevelopment of industrial uses. And as we're looking at it too, it's basically the new AI factories, as was stated, and that we're also becoming, that we're also learning about. The data centers are not replacing our downtown. They're not allowed in our downtown. They're not allowed in our residential areas. They're not allowed in our specific plan areas. So what we have is a variety of uses and a variety of development types. The other things that we are learning too, as we are also looking at data centers, is you may have a complex, like a high-tech company complex that we've seen that has offices, it'll have industrial uses, and it will also have a data center to support all of that. So we're seeing a variety, not just standalone, we're seeing a variety of different ways that these are being employed. And
Thank you, Afsha. I think the only thing I would add is, and as City Manager Grogan really pointed out, that today we are not trying to promote data centers over any other kind of employment or economic use. We're here to dive in on data centers because they've been proliferating. Absolutely, the city has been welcoming and moving forward with the handful, very small handful of office applications that we have received since the pandemic. We are very welcoming of advanced manufacturing and other light industrial uses. So really talking about data centers today is not to present an opposition of data centers versus other uses that are also beneficial to the city. And I know that Commissioner Buzo discussed auto sales uses, obviously high gross in terms of sales tax to the city. Wonderful use. We would love more auto sales uses in the city, and we have not yet moved forward with one. So want to say that certainly the city is welcoming of diverse uses to support our economic base. Data centers have been very strong in the market now. I do want to say, though, because we have been talking a lot about property tax, the key about the SVP revenue is that there is no pie chart. The full amount of revenue for SVP transfer comes to the city of Santa Clara. When we talk about property tax, when we talk about sales tax, our broader community benefits, for sure, I'm not going to understate that fact. But it is a pie chart, and so there is a share, a much smaller share that the city receives for that. So that is something that data centers present a unique opportunity from an economic standpoint. But just want to reiterate, today is not about presenting data centers in opposition to other great economic activity. We welcome that diversity, and we want to support that diversity for anybody who's interested in moving forward with other uses as well.
Okay. Next, let's turn to the questions around recycled water and our purple pipe. And so I know that there were a number of questions around the amount of recycled water use, as well as our ability to mandate other types of cooling systems that may use more recycled water. And so I want to turn it to our Water and Sewer Department, Ahmed Ali, to address those.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. We'll start off with the first question that was about the recycled water system in general. Do we have plans to expand it? We do have plans to expand it. There are some limitations to how we use the recycled water fund. If we do capital projects, it has to benefit the whole system. So it's difficult to target one location, like let's say a park or some other use that's on the other side of town. Same thing for data centers. We wouldn't extend it for a data center using capital money. But there is a project that we are working with South Bay Water Recycling to form a network of recycled water fill stations around development centers so they can use it for construction. The primary way we've been expanding the recycled water system is through land development. First through policy by putting it into several specific plans and area plans. The El Camino Real specific plan has it in there. The area plan will have it in there. Several projects in the north have it in there also, Mission Point and Patrick Henry Drive related also. So those are our plans for the system. We have a map where we want to target key locations that we'll get the most benefit from, but the mechanism of getting it there is usually relying on land development. Second issue is that there were several questions and suggestions and recommendations to mandate certain types of cooling systems, closed loop cooling systems, some kind of immersion technology, the use of air cooling systems, and all of those are plausible. And we even heard on our site visit with one of the data centers that there's even more cutting edge technology about getting cooling systems into really small pipes right on the back of the chips themselves, which we don't know much about. And that's really the backdrop against that is that is not our specialty. We don't specialize in MEP systems and plumbing systems. Our jurisdiction is usually the right-of-way, the distribution and transmission and storage and supply of recycled water, and then the regulated use of recycled water. With that said, the way we deal with it is we put certain performance standards, right? We put limitations on the way you use potable water and the way you use recycled water. And if you meet that, the rest is a business decision. The business has to decide what kind of cooling system makes sense for their size. For instance, air cooling only would make sense for a small data center, right? Maybe not in a hot area. A bigger data center, it's not feasible to meet the needs of that data center. And this is the feedback that we got from the operators of the data centers. When you have a project like the one that Councilmember Jane mentioned in his comments, where the net result is that they're using less water than the previous land use for that site, it's very difficult to argue with that land use and say you're not doing a good job of being efficient with water. And then, right now I don't have, there was a question about total water use for data centers against our portfolio. We need to do a little bit more research on that. We are studying it, of course, in preparation for this, and we'll continue to do that, and we'll get back to you on those numbers.
There's a question around property tax and the question was, can we audit our property tax and how do we know we're getting the full amount of property tax from data centers? Important to note that the city has a consultant. We've had one for years that does an annual review of our property tax and that also files property tax inquiries on our behalf. And so we do receive reports on property tax payments. We review them with our consultant. The name of the consultant is HDL, and they will file a claim on our behalf. I don't know at this moment if any have been filed on data centers, but it is a normal part of our business practice to look at property tax remittances. The company we use pulls data from the county. They pull assessed value, and they compare the revenue we received to the revenue that we were supposed to receive. They also look at all sales, and if in fact we did not receive all of the funds, they'll inquire with the county and then inquire with the business. And so that is a normal part of our process. There's a question around the total acreage of data centers compared to the total city. We don't have that question or that answer tonight, but we will certainly look into that. Next, there were a number of questions around public art and our ability to work with data centers for public art. And so why don't I turn that over to Rena Brio, our Economic Development Director.
There is an opportunity, I think, for public art that's come up before with entitlements and the entitlement process. I do want to also talk about a competition that one of our local data center companies is working with our school district. Don't want to say the name of the company because it's not really about promoting them, but they are working on a competition with Santa Clara Unified so that high school students will propose art. There'll be a competition, and the selected student will have their art professionally put on, as you know, many of the walls that a data center has. So they have a few data centers in Santa Clara, this particular company, and those murals will get professionally painted on those walls. So that is a community engagement effort, but there is, I think, definitely an opportunity around art and community with data centers. We're seeing one company seize that opportunity, but it could be, scaled up. We've seen it come in project by project, so that there is an opportunity there to scale that.
There was a question on allocating power for new data centers and how that application process works, and so I'll turn that over to Silicon Valley Power.
Can you hear me? So, we go through an extensive process to when customers have interest in expanding or for new power needs. As it relates to the rates that we charge, I think there was a general theme there as well. We and I touched on that a little bit with we do our cost of service studies, and I think there was a general sentiment that I was sensing that, well, if whoever uses more should pay more, and that's somewhat true, but also there's other factors that go into how we do cost of service studies. So, for example, a customer that's very peaky, for example, so has a high air conditioning load, we have to design our system to be able to accommodate that customer, and so we will assign more cost to them. So it's not necessarily being driven by usage. And I think one of the things to keep in mind is, and there was an example that was given that it's like if we didn't have data centers, what would be the impact to the residential customers in terms of rates? And the reality is that, and this is, I think this was shown on one of the slides there where you saw kind of across the board with many utilities that the residential average rate was higher than the industrial rate. And a lot of that, the reason for that is that there are additional costs associated with serving residential customers, and that flows into the rates that we charge them. There's also discussions about fixed versus volumetric rates as well. So we have fixed charges and volumetric, so it gets kind of complicated. Did you want to add anything to that? Okay. That's all I have.
There were comments around aesthetics and substations, and so I just want to note that staff is working on aesthetic guidelines for substations, and so that is a collaborative effort between the Community Development Department and SVP, and so we certainly have heard those concerns before tonight, and so know that we are working on that. I'm going to turn this one to the city attorney. There were a number of questions, not really specific to this issue, but a number of questions regarding concerns with data centers and connected to potential upcoming applications for data centers. And I just want to ask the city attorney to articulate a little bit around the decisions that come before the Planning Commission and the city council for specific concerns around an application versus these larger concerns that we're discussing tonight.
Very good, thanks, City Manager. As Planning Commission knows and City Council knows, when you're evaluating a data center application for a specific project, you really are limited to applying the standards that are in place at the time. And we have a certain number of standards that apply to data centers, but not necessarily all the ones that have been talked about tonight. Where there is a CUP required, and that's for significant data centers, that's in most cases. This is a discretionary approval, but the conditions that can be constructed and imposed on that project need to be, there needs to be nexus between those and the impacts that the project might have on the environment. So for a significant project, as you all know, there would be CEQA analysis, and to the extent that CEQA analysis suggests there are impacts, you are allowed to, and the projects that have come through have had conditions that are imposed with respect to them based upon the standards that we've established, for example, for impacts on air, for impacts on on water, and of course processed through the SVP's review and input, energy requirements in order for them to be able to proceed. They need to have that capacity that's in place. Where the city can act beyond this, and I think Member Chahal even asked a question about this, can SVP do individual contracts, right, with data centers, to make more money? Where, and you're all familiar with this as well, if the city owns the property or it's conferring some special benefit, on a particular project, we're then acting not in a regulatory capacity, but in a proprietary, capacity. And so we can actually, under those circumstances, get additional, benefits that we wouldn't otherwise be able to impose when acting in our regulatory capacity. We already do agreements with data center, projects that are energy related. For the larger projects, they are typically required to actually build a substation and any other of the related connectivity requirements, and sometimes even transmission, line improvements, in order to make sure that the energy demands that they are requiring are addressed. We don't guarantee the energy in those agreements, certainly not in the newer ones that we have, and in fact, we specifically reserve the right and acknowledge that while we can work towards, developing the capacity in order to serve, those projects, we're not obligated to do that, and they're obligated to inform us of what their load projection, capacities are in order for us to work together in order to provide, that energy. So where there are significant energy, demands from these types of projects, there are always contracts that both require them to pay for the cost of improvements and limited our obligations to actually provide the power based upon projected, load expectations for those individual facilities. Is that did I cover your comments? Very good.
Next, there was, I think, a comment made about the related Santa Clara project, that the proposal was to eliminate the entertainment area in place of data centers. Just want to articulate that Related has applied for a re-entitlement or a change of entitlement on a portion of their property. That is not the entertainment zone. In fact, the city center is proposed to be kept intact, and so it is the northeast parcel that they are requesting to change the use. And so there is absolutely no plan to not have the entertainment retail center Related in place of data centers. Next, there were a number of questions and comments around diesel generators and regulation of those diesel generators. And so I want to turn that first to the planning department to talk about how diesel generators are regulated. And so do we want to have Leslie or Afsha take that?
So, so we do have, and this is part of the conditions of approval, when a project comes through, we can require the diesel generators to be like a Tier 4 generator, which is the cleanest generator that is out there. And because we're in California, and because we do CEQA, we have more regulations than any other state. Also, I just want to say that Dan Diorio with the Data Center Coalition was also listening to all these questions. So he also kind of provided a response on the diesel generators.
Let's turn to him. Is Dan on? We can have him.
Sure, we can have Dan. Yeah, Dan, would you just briefly respond to the diesel generators?
Sure, yeah, I'm happy to and appreciate the opportunity. I offered a proof point that I sent along to Asha there from the Joint Legislative Audit and Review Committee report out of Virginia. Virginia, again, being the largest market in the world. They conducted a year-long study looking at numerous aspects of data centers, including air emissions, specifically on backup diesel generators. They found that of the several thousand diesel gens, they only ran 7% of their allotted hours. And so, and that any emissions impacts from the diesel gens, largely were minimal. And if there was any outage, the emissions from running diesel gens would have returned to normal after the outage. So offer up that proof point there. As an industry, diesel generators are the most reliable, resilient, readily available backup generation technology, as well as with a workplace safety profile that's very well known. Of course, the industry is always looking to advance other forms of backup, but diesel generators are the ones that are the most reliable right now. And so as the industry continues to look at emerging technology, they will continue to look at that, but taking any and all efforts to ensure that those gens are not, are not running beyond whatever they are allotted to ensure that they actually work when an outage happens, and that these are only able to run during an outage. They don't peak shave. They can't do anything. It's only if the grid goes down, then the gens can come up, besides just making sure they work. So.
Sure.
So may I just add one more point? In California, we also have what is called BACMed, the Bay Area Quality Management District, which is a regional body, and that also regulates the use of diesel generators.
And I'll just say that I think we're all looking forward to future technological advancements to move away from diesel generators, albeit at a different level. We have diesel generators at all of our critical city facilities. And when that unfortunate earthquake or significant event happens where diesel generators have to turn on, not just those at our commercial facilities, but those that power our police department and fire department. One of the reasons, frankly, as an industry that we have chosen it, and I know cities do, is in a major catastrophe, you can find a diesel mechanic. right? A lot of the current emerging technologies, there are significant continuation of business concerns when we do have that big earthquake of being able to run that critical backup power on a sustainable level when you're dealing with a critical emergency. And so until the technology gets to a point where it is reliable, absolutely, not just commercial industries, but your very own city is relying on diesel generators for emergency situations. There was a question about, or a few questions actually, about our ability to charge different rates for different types of customers, i.e. data centers versus residents or other uses. I'll turn that over first to the city attorney and then to SVP.
Yeah, I think I'll then return that over to Nico. I think you touched on it a little bit, but not specifically in the context of Prop 26. Prop 26 was referenced, and it does apply to utility rates, and you hear us talk about that every time SVP comes with a rate, increase, where there's ideas about, being able to charge, more. You can charge different rates to different customers, but it really needs to be premised and based on a rate study, right, that analyzes, the relative charge to the costs. And so without a rate study, that supports that, any type of fee, is potentially vulnerable to challenge under Prop 26. And so Member Park accurately recited Prop 26 into the record, and Member Jane also properly applied it, in these circumstances. We can't just charge them more to charge them more as much as we'd like to and as much as, potentially they have the capacity to pay. But under these state laws that apply even to charter cities, we're limited in what our rate structures, can be. I know that rate studies are ongoing in a variety of different capacities in order to refine, our rates and potentially generate, more revenue when the costs are justified. But there is ultimately that limit. And I think that gets at the other half of your question too, Member Chahal, about, can we enter into contracts to charge, them more? Again, in theory, we could if it was our land or there was some other benefit being conferred, either through expedited processing or an overlay zone, we could negotiate, terms for that. But again, in a regulatory capacity, when we're charging rates, it all has that underpinning in Prop 26 that limits what we can do.
Anything else?
So a couple things also with that. We do, for example, when we went to the very large industrial customer rate, we did an analysis of our almost, I think, top 10, 20 customers. They're not all data centers. They're all very large users, very different types of industries as well. So you take that analysis to see, are they paying their fair share? And we did those on an individual basis to come up with that. Before they were on electric service agreements. And then when we went away for that, we established a rate class based on that cost to serve. So it was a very specific analysis that we did. And that's where we have a bunch of confidence in how we have designed that rate structure for that particular one. Now, I know it's been asked that we need to do potentially in the next year, if not this summer, but next year, a more in-depth cost of service study to really take a look at all the stuff that we've been adding. Or the question I think that Councilmember Park had was, if we didn't have these data centers where we have all these costs, like for example, transmission is a subsidized cost in California. So even if we didn't have the load and someone else did, our ratepayers would be paying it. It doesn't matter. If it's our load or someone else's, the transmission is pancaked and it will add on to it for everyone. Whether that's fair or not, that's the way the system is. It's not anything that we have control over, for example. I don't know if you, okay, anything more on that?
The only thing that I was going to add is, I think there was a comment earlier from Councilmember Jane about flexibility to charge different tiers, or what a lot of entities are doing is instead of charging volumetric rates, they charge fixed rates. You hear me okay? We actually do, within a rate class, we do have some flexibility to move things around and charge more on a fixed charge. And you're seeing a lot more of utilities move in that direction. mainly because a lot of our costs are fixed, so they're not variable in nature. And so you're seeing them increase these fixed charges. And then on the tiered side of things, there is flexibility to move the tiers around, maybe change the point when they transition from the lower to the upper tiers. So certainly if there's an interest in that, we can bring something like that forward. And that applies for different customer classes as well. You don't usually see tiers on larger customers, like industrial customers. You'll see different things like a customer charge or a demand charge, which is a reflection of just how peaky they are.
And I'm just add one thing on that. A lot of our brethren have gotten rid of tiers in favor of a different or more robust time of use. So it would be changing the way that our customers, right now we do have one rate pretty much all during the day. It would change what that costs at, let's say, 5 o'clock to 10 o'clock, like our other territories, it would be a different price. So it's how we want to structure it. And I know Councilmember Shahal has had a lot of questions about the tiers, and we've been doing the analysis of like every tier on the residential to see what is that push point. So that's something we're continually analyzing right now, whether or not it will be ready for the next rate schedule. We'll see. We're looking at some different types of rate structures, maybe hopefully this fall.
There also was a question around land banking, and so I'm going to turn that over to SVP to discuss based on what we're seeing right now. And I'll start that off by saying, as we've articulated, we're virtually fully subscribed for the additional power that we're bringing online. And so while certainly businesses do make decisions to purchase a piece of property and hold it for the future, I just want SVP to articulate what they're observing and the conversations that they're having with potential future data centers that know that we don't have the power right now to serve them, and it may be several years if we're ever able to serve them, and so what they're seeing.
Sure. So in one of our slides, we said in 2023, we stopped taking system impact studies. So we have a handful of customers that have purchased land and that have requested some interconnection, and we have an obligation to study that. But beyond that, we are not. So that handful is not in that 1,300. It's in another study that we're trying to, it's very complex in all the studies we have to do, and for engineering, it's not just for our load, whatever we have to do, it also might be for frequency control, it might have to be other things that support our grid that benefits everyone, and that's part of our study process. Everyone else, that's one thing that we are working on, is how do you prioritize even that system impact study grouping versus everyone else who wants to be there, whether they're a data center or not. We did in our 2023 letter said, if you're above 2.5 megawatts, we need to study it in a different way on our distribution system. But as long as you're not a data center, we can study it. And we can tell you when we can supply that. And we do have that. We have a particular data center that decided not to move forward, and now they're changing to more industrial use, warehousing, and light manufacturing. So there are changes in the industry that are happening because we don't have that capacity for them. So again, sometimes it will fix itself, but we still, back to our priority, we still have to figure out what that priority is. For example, PG&E came out with a method, they call it Rule 30, of how you receive applications and prioritize the load that they're going to add on. So right now, I think the San Jose area is going to add about 2.5 gigawatts of data centers, where we're only adding a couple hundred megawatts of data centers right now. And whether or not that will change the dynamics later, I don't know, but you're going to see a lot more intense build in this Bay Area. And guess what? With all that is more transmission, and it's not our customers paying, the whole state of California pays for that transmission.
The only thing that I would add is I think what's key here is 2028. So we're rebuilding the system and upgrading the systems, and so that we can accommodate 1,300 megawatts, and it's by and large spoken for. But it's not just being able to bring electrons in and kind of move electrons around. It's also reliability impacts. And then when we as a utility get to a certain size, we have increased regulatory obligations. what happens on our system can impact the neighboring system. And so we have to be very careful about that. We are already seeing some issues. It's not just related to our system, it's also related to what's happening in adjacent systems. So with data centers showing up in San Jose or in PG&E's territory. And so it's something that we feel we want to get to that 2028 time period. I think in parallel, we're having conversations because we're hearing from the customers that they want more capacity. We can't make those commitments right now, but we want to have those conversations, keep the door open. But when we get to 2028, we want to see how is the system working. I mean, some of these data centers, they have multiple connection points. And so one month they may pull power from one area and then another month from a different area. And we're seeing that on our system. And that's kind of unprecedented, especially when you're talking about a very large customer, because that has reliability impacts for us.
And I'll just add one more thing onto that. So until we have that certainty, or until we can give them that certainty, they may land bank and hold that until we can have an answer from them in 2028, and then things may change. Because if we don't have the capacity, or we have a way for some of them, not all of them, the market will adjust itself. And whether or not they'll develop to something else, we'll serve whatever comes. That's usually what we do.
Can I slip a request in, since it's contextual? We, for the white paper, perhaps get a statistical heat map of the average consumption by connection, so we could see where in the city the most consumption is happening?
It's tough because the consumption is protected by California state law for all the different companies. So we can't give out any of their individual data. So even on a PRA or anything request, it's protected by state law. And because some of it is an IP thing and an intellectual property, some of it is a process thing, we can't.
You can't average it, and
We can aggregate everything as a total up high, but not on a heat map. Because that's a dead giveaway. You can like detective out, Google Earth it.
Yeah, there are a lot of rules around that. We've had that question asked about sales tax before, and there are state laws around releasing that information. There were a number of questions around revenue by land use type, comparing auto revenue to data centers and residential to data centers. We do have some of that information at a high level, but I'll turn it over to Rena Brio, the Economic Development Director, for some initial comments.
Yeah, so really it's an important topic, the fiscalization of land use, because all land use is not necessarily equal. And when I say net positive benefit, right, there's money that's being contributed, but then there are services that need to be provided. And so at the end of the day, is that particular land use going to be fiscally negative and fiscally positive? So a map of our city is really interesting because you can see the northern half of this city being mostly an industrial employment-based land, and that the southern part of our city has been traditionally low-density, single-family residential. And single-family residential is a very expensive type of land use to serve, right? We have a lot of services for that low-density use. We're providing senior services, we're providing library services, we're providing park services, we're providing a lot for that single-family residential use. There's nothing bad about that. That's just part of what it will cost to operate the city, is understanding that land use. And so when we look at certain other land uses in our employment lands or industrial lands, that's really the opportunity for the city to create as much positive impact, because those uses actually don't require nearly as much city services. I'm not saying they don't use police, they don't use fire, but proportionately they use less city services than our single-family low-density uses. And so data centers, other uses in our industrial area, I'm not trying to pit one over the other, but there is an importance for us to develop that strong base of fiscal land uses and commercial uses, and to the extent, right, we are really suffering right now from retail going online. So our land use has been very much shaped by the fact that retail is a very hard thing to be successful in a brick and mortar environment. We're working on plans right now to kind of revitalize our El Camino Real corridor so that is a vibrant place. We want to have a pedestrian-oriented downtown where retail is going to thrive, but it's not going to thrive in all the areas that currently exist in our city. And so it's important that when we redevelop, and we redevelop it in a way that's going to be fiscally positive. Now, I have to say it's a good thing for our city because we do a lot of planning, and that planning is resulting in more efficient development that will provide for more positive fiscal benefits. But things like data centers, absolutely a positive thing fiscally, although they do not provide employment, so that is a really important thing. However, they do provide a tremendous amount of fiscal benefit to the city, and we aren't putting people on the roads. So it is a trade-off. Everything is a trade-off, and I think the most important takeaway is that we want the diversity of all these land uses so that we can stay fiscally positive and realize the benefits of sort of how redevelopment has been occurring in the city, and hopefully will continue to occur positively.
And the only thing I'll add to that is some revenue sources are more sensitive to economic downturns. And one of the things cities try and do is to have that diversity. For example, the revenue that we receive from data centers was not sensitive to the COVID-19 recession, and in fact, as you saw, it continued to grow. Whereas our hotel room tax, our TOT dropped, our sales tax dropped, right? Data center revenue is also not sensitive to the housing bust that we saw, where residential home values decreased and residential home properties were reassessed downward at the county assessor. Same thing with auto sales, right? Sensitive to economic swings and people's tendency to buy vehicles. And so it doesn't mean that data center revenue doesn't have any risk. What we're just saying is that there's diversification and an important balance when cities look at their overall land use patterns. Okay. I'm looking at our questions and the ones that I think we're able to answer tonight. So I'm going to look to the team to say, is there anything that I've left off that we discussed or you think that you can address now? All right. Not seeing any hands. I just want to reiterate the point that, Mayor, you're spilling your coffee. We will work on finalizing our white paper. We will look to include answers to the questions that we provided tonight, as well as some additional things that we were not able to get to. For example, I'm looking through the list. One of the things that was mentioned was noise. And so let us go back. We're going to go back and have some conversations around that and see how we regulate noise. Right. One of my concerns is I know we've had a data center or two that has had a noise complaint, and typically we wouldn't take a individual instance like that or a few and then say every use type like that has to have noise monitoring and regulation. So let us go back and look, because there are certainly things that we could do to increase the tools in our toolbox as we regulate various uses. And so we will certainly incorporate opportunities for that in the final draft. And I'll turn it back over to the mayor.
Thank you very much. I just want to make sure that everybody's questions got answered, or would be a question wasn't answered. Councilmember Park.
Actually, there were a number of questions that were brought up that were not answered. I mean, if we talk about not just risk to business, not just money to the city, but benefit to the people living in the city, I believe that was something that was brought up many times. And I want to make sure that in the final reports, this is in there. One of the commissioners asked a very simple question, like, how are we improving Santa Clara, and why do we want data centers and other businesses? Well, you kind of answered that question about we're not really looking at other businesses, but at the same time, we don't really seem to understand the uses, including the AI uses that we proclaim as benefits to the city and to the world. Mashika, all good, asked about reading the white paper, but some discussion, no mention of recycled water capacity, some discussion of reduction of potable water use, but not much is being, not how much is being used by data centers. Even closed-loop systems use millions of gallons of water per year. You know, question about implementing and sharing water metering data. I don't know if we could do that, but at the same time, you know, data centers don't share this. I don't know what the possibility is, but the question was raised, and I think that we should address it. We talked about ever-increasing march of technology and how current technology is 30 times faster, more efficient than previous generations. And the question of, you know, I don't know if we can do this, but the question was asked. Are we looking at where technology is going? Are we willing or able to mandate upgrades? I mean, if we can take an older two-story data center that was built 20 years ago and require that a data center like that is renovated and made into a modern data center before, you know, that developer or that company can build another data center, I think that these kinds of things we should look at. It was not about, I understand very much that we cannot charge other ratepayers cannot subsidize ratepayers with other ratepayers. But my question was, like charge data centers for the infrastructure that data centers need. Like don't lump it in for residents. Like I heard that we don't lump this in for transmission. I think that's absolutely what I'm talking about, which is if we separated the uses, then it would be clear which transmission lines, which infrastructure was necessary for data centers and data centers alone, that although the residents can benefit from it, is it necessary for them to do that? And there's no way for us to talk about that now. We're not talking about how data centers consume water compared to people. I mean, I'll tell you, people are less efficient than, we had this discussion, rocks and computers. But we don't design cities for rocks, computers, or data centers. At some point, they should be designed for people first. And I think that that's the bigger concern, right? You know, and I kind of dare you to design against people. I mean, it's about what residents need to pay versus what we make them pay for. There was a question about how much, comparing the amount of revenue we get, especially property taxes versus other taxes, for, you know, amount of houses that could be built on a, you know, I did a quick calculation with 500 houses at $2 million a piece, or a $1 million property, or $1 million with 1,000 units, comparing them to data centers. I mean, the $6.5 million that we get per year sounds really high when we think about $6.5 million, but if you think about it, it's actually sounds really low. We talked about new data centers that look like office buildings, but we don't have any studies that deal with the feel, effects on walkability, on foot traffic and retail. You know, and again, we're looking at entertainment districts. We're looking at building entertainment. And my question was, like, Related Santa Clara project is not removing entertainment area, but they are. The reduction in the amount of retail, restaurants, it's in the numbers. And I know at the time, the study session, it was stated that, oh, no, they're the same numbers.
I don't think we should be talking about that.
Oh, understood.
Since it's coming up for
yes.
Planning Commission and City Council approval. I would
what is the
stay away
impact?
from that
So what
project
is the
right now.
impact of having people there on the entertainment zone, right, in the area? Like, what is the impact of putting a use in there where people will not be there next to an entertainment district? Comments around aesthetics and substations. You said that staff is working on guidelines for aesthetics and substations, but not on water usage or power or health or negative impacts. I think that if we're going to be doing studies around data centers, they should be around things that people are talking about, such as the water usage, power, health, negative impact, et cetera, not just the aesthetics and substations. I think the aesthetics, like, you know, there's that line from My Cousin Vinny, right? You're a deer and you put your deer lips against the water and bam, somebody shoots you in the head. Do you care what kind of pants they're wearing? Okay, again, large quantity. Is large quantity not considerable for service or product? Like at some point, you know, do data centers create projects that are not needed by residential users? And what we're asking is that industrial users, the industrial uses that are being generated by data centers, that the data centers pay for that, right? I understand that they're subsidizing a lot of other things that we may not need, but I just want a study that clearly delineates this is the effect of what data centers are doing. This is the effect of what we need, you know, how we need to bring power in to support some of the projects that we're trying to commit energy to versus what residents would need without them. Right. And I think that, I mean, there are a number of questions here, but it's just really odd when I go through the questions in front of me and I don't hear these answers. Thank you.
Madam Mayor? Madam Mayor? Question to you. In terms of the process here, if people feel that when this white paper comes out and their questions were not answered, is the process that we can go back to staff and say, you know, send an email to whomever, whatever is the right process, and say, okay, this is a question I asked. I would have liked to get it answered, and then, you know, we have a draft 1, draft 2, and then the final type thing. So that way, everybody's question can be answered without doing it at 11 o'clock at night.
Well, I know, and some questions will not be able to be answered because they need studies that will probably not take place, or
Absolutely.
or they're not available. So after we're done with, I haven't even made comments yet. I want to make my own comments, but after we're done with this, City Manager, is the white paper going to be edited, changed, added on to? Tell us what's the result of this meeting tonight? I think that's kind of the question. Where do we go from here after we're finished?
Sure. So this was meant to be an informational session to provide information and answer questions. I think we've had a robust discussion. I think we've got a number of questions, not all of which we can answer tonight. As we've articulated, we will go back and endeavor to answer those questions that we can, include those in the final document of the white paper. We will certainly provide it publicly to the Planning Commission as well as City Council and frankly everybody else. Certainly, we will entertain questions on that if you feel that there was a question that was asked that was not answered. I do think that it just will be probably logistically impossible to keep having reiterations, because partially what we're talking about here is a policy difference, right? And as staff, we're going to take our direction from the City Council.
But that is an answer in itself, which is perfect. Saying, look, here's something that we cannot answer because of this reason. Right. And that's perfect versus, okay, I asked this specific question, but I didn't see that it was answered or that it was saying we cannot answer it. So that's all I'm asking.
Totally. And this meeting is recorded, so I think we can go back and make sure that we address the questions and we have staff taking notes, right? So certainly, when you see the next version, if there's something that you mentioned here tonight that we didn't address, not something that you wanted to mention but you did say, let us know. We'll make sure that's incorporated. But as far as the next steps, right, as staff, right, we're going to take our direction from the City Council on any policy changes that the council desires.
Thank you. And I just wanted to make some comments about this meeting. I wanted to say, first of all, I really appreciated it because I've learned a lot about data centers and what the issues are and the restrictions and the challenges that are ahead for us. And I just wanted to look at it more in a bigger picture perspective. I know we got into very, detailed questions and comments, which was really good this evening to be able to hear those. But I just wanted to say the history of Santa Clara is so interesting because we were a city that was, built to accommodate business. And we did that since the 1950s and 60s when we developed the business area of town, of which you still see it's in existence, although there's a lot of residential development in there now that wasn't there in the past. But we were a city that welcomed business because we knew that business would help us with our quality of life here for our residents and provide a really good a strong tax base for us. what I learned tonight was that the city went out and actually invited data centers to come, and all businesses, but specifically data centers as well. And I think people, maybe didn't hear this evening, but data centers have been in Santa Clara for 30 years. 30 years. I know it's been a topic of conversation in the last year or two, but we have lived with data centers for 30 years. And that some of them are in portions of buildings, and others are some of the newer ones that are the big giant ones that you see. I think that they've gotten better, the way they look, the way they operate. They have really advanced over the years, but we have located them in the industrial area. And in the industrial area, you're not going to see Santana Row. You're not going to see a mixed-use development. You're going to see industrial, which typically was a more, I don't know, lack of a better term, like a dirtier type of use in the city. Every city needs an industrial area where you fix your cars, where you're, manufacturing things, where before they used to have underground gas tanks and other things. Things have changed. But this is an area for that type of use. I would say the data centers are probably the cleanest use in industrial areas, considering the past history of industrial areas. But that's where they were located. We're not going to be building mixed-use developments in that area, nor would any developer build a mixed-use development in the industrial area. They're looking at other areas for that. Data centers are a significant driver of our economy for now and in the future. There's a lot of existing businesses that we have now that develop and manufacture parts for data centers. They all work together. There's a synergy there between our business district and the data centers. And one of the reasons that our businesses are here is because of the data centers and vice versa. So there's a great synergy there. Our data centers help subsidize our residential rates because big users, such as data centers, and they're not the only big users, but big users pay for a significant share of our system and our infrastructure. So our residential rates would be higher without all that income, and they're subsidizing and building and helping to develop our infrastructure. But what they have done is they've allowed for our residential uses to be fair and stable for our residents. And I know I've been bragging about it since I've been mayor for the last 9 years about how reasonable our rates are compared to PG&E. And I know PG&E doesn't like that. But organized labor, they love building these data centers. And I know they don't have a lot of employees, but when you have organized labor building things, typically they're not working thereafter. They're going to the next job. The more they can build, the better. And they're really happy because I've gone to a lot of topping off ceremonies and others at data centers, and they love the work, to have local work here. They have the least amount of impact on our city services in terms of public safety. There's really no issues. Many times they have their own security. There's no traffic. They're quiet, but they do provide us with a huge benefit. They're 13% of our general fund budget right now, and climbing. 13%. Can you imagine cutting that out of our budget? And the property tax is huge, not only for us, but for our school districts as well. They're getting more money on property taxes than we are. They give to the affordable housing funds, and actually they're all getting involved in our community now as well. But what's most important is that they're allowing for our businesses to expand. We have NVIDIA, we have Intel. They're all expanding in this area because Santa Clara is the center of what's possible. So I know there's complaints about data centers, but the reason Santa Clara has been successful all these years is because we've gone with the times. We evolve with the times. We're the center of Silicon Valley. And data centers are helping develop technology for the future. And so we have to move along with that. But if you're a public and you're even listening to this with all the questions, concerns, I'm not sure I would invest in this city if I heard this. I really believe that we have to have an open mind and be better with providing what our business community needs, which in turn helps our residential community for the future. I think what was talked about earlier is that data centers, eventually they're going to evolve and they're going to change. They might get smaller. There's going to be new technology that comes in. I know that every city around us, San Jose is going to go like gangbusters and build a lot of data centers. They are. They love them. They want them. People around us, it's going to change and develop, but I want to make sure that we keep the attitude that, yes, we are pro-business. Yes, we welcome you here. We want you to expand our existing businesses that are here. I don't want to close anything off and have moratoriums or crazy policies that don't allow for technology to take place, to evolve in the city. So I just think we have to be really careful on what we do and the messages that we put out there to the community and the business community that, yes, we're Santa Clara, we're open for business. That's why we have been so successful. That's why we have a convention center. That's why we have a stadium. That's why we have our own electric utility, because we're not like everybody else. So I know that we can, put our limits where they need to be put, but we still have to have the business friendly community that we've all talked about and bragged about for all these years. That's what we're known for, and I don't want us to be known for anything else. Sorry for the long talk, but I really think that perspective needs to be put out there. And I appreciate our staff, I appreciate the Planning Commission and everyone's comments, but this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.